Steve here, Stuart.
Yes, Honorable Swart. Honorable Swart.
Chair, there's a massive storm in Cape Town, so there could be connectivity issues. I see my internet is very weak, but I will be with you all morning. Thank you, Chair, as much as I can, all day.
Thank you very much.
Chair.
Yes, Honorable Yako.
I'm also experiencing the same thing. Also on my way to Parliament now.
With us for the whole day yesterday, and a panel will require that a member who started with the panel would have to finish with that meeting. So if you can assist us to get hold of her, I think you can listen, but I think it will be important that she concludes the work that she has started. Is that in order?
She won't be able to come in, Chair, today. Hence, she's briefed me on the interviews that happened yesterday. I'm well aware of what was happening. So me and her will work together on the deliberations, but I will take it from here onwards until it's done.
So were you briefed by each and the performance of each and every candidate?
Yes, I was.
Honorable Breitenbach.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I see a problem with that, with the greatest respect. The reason that we keep the same panel throughout for interviews is that you form a judgment on body language, on performance, on demeanor. All of those things are factored into your weighting of a candidate. That's why the panel should ideally remain the same. And those types of nuances are lost in a simple briefing. I'm not sure that we can carry on in that fashion. It's up to the rest of the members to decide, and of course yourself. But I foresee perhaps a problem with one member forming a view that another member might not form. You know, I don't want these interviews to be done and then the time has been wasted because we get challenged on a point of procedure. So I think we should think carefully about that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mfuke.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think I agree with Honorable Breitenbach, and we were clear when we said to Msana that please continue tomorrow because we cannot change the panel unless if Honorable Yako is going to be just an observer. I think if you would have listened to what Honorable Msimang was saying, they were supposed to go the same way. It's for you now, Chair, to rule on this matter, but I'm not comfortable with how they are going to be working with us.
Honorable Yako.
No, Chair, that's in order. I've spoken to Honorable Msane. She will come into this committee now. I will abide by the members' views and I'll ask her to come into the meeting now.
Thank you very much, Honorable Yako. We really do appreciate your thoughtfulness. We really do appreciate that because it's not an ordinary committee meeting. It is a panel. It has got serious legal ramifications. The way we manage a panel and any of the interviewees or candidates can take any point and litigate on it. And I would like to thank you very much for your thoughtfulness. And I would also like to thank Professor Msimang also for his thoughtfulness, because at the end of the day, we must ensure that parliamentary procedures are beyond reproach. And I think we have shown that with your interventions, Honorable Yako and Honorable Msimang, that what matters is that we do the right thing all the time, or we try to do the right thing all the time. We really do appreciate it. So can we just, how far is Honorable Msane? Honorable
Should be
Yako?
logging in any minute now.
Okay. Members, can we just have a 2-minute break to allow Honorable Msane to log in? Our apologies to Advocate Amarmia. Maybe you can just take this time to organize water for yourselves and for other members, to organize water so that everybody is relaxed. Can we start at 9:35, 9:37? Thank you very much for your understanding, members. Committee Secretary, is Ms. Msana on the waiting list?
Good morning, Chair. She's not yet on the platform.
Hello?
She's not in the platform.
Chairperson,
Honorable Janji?
I suggest that we start, Chair, and continue because she knows what questions to ask when she comes in.
Okay, Honorable Yako, can you ensure that is Honorable Yako still with us? No. Honorable Breitenbach, before we start.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm terribly sorry to be such a pain, but if we start without her, she will have to sit out for today and fall out for yesterday's deliberations because the same issue applies. she would not have been able to judge the candidate's response to other people's questions.
Yes, I think that is how in the JSC is also done. Comrade Scholar, you said you are contacting her. Are you winning?
Her number is on voicemail, but she's responding on WhatsApp. Let me try again.
What is her response on WhatsApp? Honorable Janji, your hands is up.
Yes, Chair, I'm raising my hand to maintain my suggestion is we are now 10 minutes late for our start, and we have such a tight program, which everybody knows. And you've got a candidate waiting to be interviewed. That's already an inconvenience. I don't see us going much later than this. Whatever happens, whether she forfeits, her not being with us here is about when we get into deliberations. It's not obvious that when we deliberate, everybody else would have a particular view, because in the deliberations, I might say I have nothing to say. I agree with this or not agree with this, because that applies to deliberations. So we can't not we can't be held by such issues, Chair.
Sorry, Honorable Janji, the committee secretariat wanted to say something. Mr. Bonani?
Good morning, Chair. Yes, Chair. I'm trying on my side as well to contact the honorable member. The message I got from her when I sent her a message, because she's on a call, she stated that my whip will contact the chair now. So I'm not sure if Honorable Yako has spoken to her to enter. Seemingly, I don't think she's available currently. I'm trying to find that out if she'll be able to join, Chair, as we speak.
Honorable Breitenbach and followed by Honorable Jale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with Honorable Janki. We should then proceed without the EFF representative, and yesterday's contribution by them must then just fall away, and the core panel that has been available for both days must deal with the matter. But we can't be expected to keep candidates waiting for ad infinitum. We need to get this done.
Thank you very much, Honorable Jale.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everybody. I wanted just to raise this issue, Chair, that yesterday, Honorable Msani was told that she must continue and she must come. Any decision that we are going to take now, I don't think it will really disadvantage the EFF, because the message was communicated clearly that as you come in, because she came knowing very well that she is standing on behalf of Honorable Yako, and the procedure was outlined in front of her. So the decision that we are taking now, I don't think that it will really disadvantage. It will be like maybe we are not fair. I don't think so, because now it becomes unfair to the candidate and also us, because remember we still have to go for house for the sitting. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And I think it should be noted that we waited for them for 15 minutes And we had initially said that we must meet at 9:20, so that immediately when it's 9:30, we start with the candidates. So candidates were supposed to in fact, members were supposed to have logged in at 9:20. So from 9:20 to 9:45, I think it's a long stretch for us to wait for anybody. So we are starting. Thank you very much. Advocate Amermea, good morning, and would like to profusely apologize for this delay. We're trying to ensure that we don't prejudice anybody, especially people who were members of the panel, but we would want to ensure that our panel is as legal as possible. Hence, we tried by all means possible to work with all the parties, including the EFF, to ensure that they participate. But because they are not here now, we are continuing. So let me start by welcoming you and again apologize for the delay, Advocate Mermea. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairperson, and to the honorable members. Thank you for the opportunity. May I just say, Chairperson, I brought my COVID mask with me, but I'm in the confines of my home and there is social distance between all of us here as well. So with your permission, I'm not going to put it on because it probably would affect the audio responses that I may give. So I'll be happy if you can give me permission to put it one side, please.
No, thank you very much. I know you're granted.
Thank you, sir.
Let's just start. Hypothetically, imagine that you are appointed as a commissioner. How would you convince us that you are able to step into the role? In doing so, please tell us about who you are, your values, and your experience.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and good morning to you and to the fellow panel members, honorable members of Parliament. I am Mohammed Shafiq Amirmia. I am an advocate by training. I was a South African Human Rights Commissioner appointed in February 2014, and my term of office has just come to an end on the 2nd of February 2021. So, Chairperson, let me tell you where I come in from here is basically I have put in my application for my second term of office, primarily because I feel that I am a noteworthy candidate given my achievements of the past 7 years in the South African Human Rights Commission, working very hard on my focal area mandates, which was housing. At first, it was housing and access to justice, with an oversight over 2 provinces, that was the Free State and the Northwest. And then from 2017, it increased to housing, water and sanitation, business and human rights, and access to justice then became, because of the good work I did in the 4 years that I was there, became a transversal issue because it cut across all the 27 rights that impacts on the Bill of Rights and impacts on the work of the South African Human Rights Commission. I come in highly respected, Chairperson. I have integrity. I have the highest standards of ethical conduct. I've never compromised on these things. I have a clean record, and I'm very serious about my work, Chairperson. So I have excellent interpersonal skills. I've demonstrated it on many, many occasions, to the point where in 2017, Chairperson, I was given a global recognition for my leadership from an international organization in the US for the contributions I made in the South African Human Rights Commission. So I have excellent managerial skills, and I have excellent legal skills as well, Chairperson, to drive the process and champion the Bill of Rights from the platform of the South African Human Rights Commission. And I've done that very remarkably. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Do you have any criminal record?
None so ill, sir.
Were you ever declared to be insolvent?
No, sir.
I would not ask you about the salary because you know what the salary is, you're currently earning it. Do you believe in gender equality?
Absolutely, Chairperson. Uh, Gender equality is absolutely paramount, given our historical past record of coming from a horrible past where, you know, gender issues were never mainstreamed. But post 1994, this became extremely important, and gender parity in this regard, to include diversity, is extremely important, inclusive of the disability issues as well. So I'm saying to us, Chairperson, that I believe in gender equality. I believe in gender parity. And Chairperson, I do not find working with a woman to be a threat. In fact, I learned so much from Priscilla Jana working with her, and previously with Janet Love and Pregs Governor as well. So Chairperson, I'm a team player and I can work with anybody who is appointed with me in the Human Rights Commission, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then why should we appoint you when there is only one woman in the Human Rights Commission? Why should we appoint you as a male? Because it means that there is no proper gender representativity in the commission.
Chairperson, let's go back. There's a historical context to that. I feel, one, that I should be appointed for two reasons. One, for my knowledge management skills that contributed to the unqualified reports that the Human Rights Commission received over the 7 years that I've been there. 4 years I've personally sat on this as an oversight body on internal audit committee issues to ensure that the Human Rights Commission gets clean reports. But second to that, Chairperson, I come with the principles of business continuity, which I think is extremely important. Now I'm raising this issue, Chairperson, because if you look at the 2009 composition of the Human Rights Commission, there were 3 women that were as commissioners at that particular point in time. And when I was appointed in 2014, all 3 women were there. I would have assumed that when this honorable house set to appoint the commissioners in 2017, they should have addressed that imbalance immediately. They had that opportunity and they only appointed 2. So, you know, it was out of our control. But I mean, the point is we came with 2 commissioners. Unfortunately, Priscilla Jana, deputy chairperson, has passed on. And obviously, Commissioner Makwetla has, is the only commissioner there on the Human Rights Commission, and she's ill at the moment. Now, I am saying perhaps what we can do is learn from our mistakes, go back to the drawing board and say, okay, for this particular appointment in 2021 March, let's have a gender parity approach to getting the gender equality principles correct there. And I say that for 2 reasons. I personally would want to come on board as a commissioner because of the institutional knowledge and the business continuity that I have. At another level, I would like to ask that the other person be a female candidate to be in the top leadership position. So that basically shows to take the position of the deputy chair. And that will basically support her to come to grips with the workings of the commission in a very profound way. Now, the reason why I'm saying this, 2024, 31st of December 2023, these 6 commissioners that are there at the moment in the Human Rights Commission, their terms of office are going to come to an end, which means on January 2024, we're going to sit with the same problem. So if we have gender parity now as a structured process, and you then have another structured approach in 2024 to have 3 women and 3 men, you're going to have 4-4. And that will give continuity to the operations of the South African Human Rights Commission. We don't want to end up with a situation where in 2016 we had a crisis management there.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Advocate Amarmia. Members, I must say that as I was asking the first question, Honorable Msane joined, so she did not lose anything. She was able to listen to the response of Advocate Amarmia. But we must say, Honorable Msane, that we had agreed with you yesterday that we would need to ask you to continue today because we need to keep the same panel. It's a legal requirement. So we're panicking that you were not logging in. You nearly created a challenge for the proceedings of this meeting. Welcome. Honorable members, any questions? Okay, I have Honorable Brittenbach.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, sir. I have two questions, and then I have perhaps an observation that you may want to answer. I'll start with my observation first. I was interested in your response to the gender parity question by the chair, where you say you support gender equality and certainly it should be addressed. But from your answer, it appears that you think it should be addressed just not with you. So just after you. And then your business continuity submission with regards to yourself, of course, makes perfect sense. What it doesn't do is it doesn't make sense when you suggest that a complete outsider be appointed as the deputy chair who comes in with no institutional knowledge. So there's just a dissonance there for me, but you don't have to comment on it if you don't desire to. My first question, sir, is why do you think that the Constitution requires that the Commission be both independent and impartial, and why is the independence of the Commission so heavily protected?
Honorable Breisenbach, thank you very much for that question. Yes, I note the comment that you make, and I will respect the observation you make. We can take that conversation outside here. But in relation to the questions the pertinent questions that you raised, I think there was a deliberate attempt when the founders of the Constitution decided to create an independent Chapter 9 institution called the South African Human Rights Commission in terms of Section 181. And that basically is that it was given an independence to do its work without fear, favor, and prejudice, and it has been given an independence to do so without any kind of interference. And the Constitution in Section 181 goes even further. It says that the organs of state must assist the Chapter 9s, in this particular case, the South African Human Rights Commission, to live up to its constitutional mandate as well, where they see any challenges that is there. And third point is that there is no one that can interfere with the independence and the work of the South African Human Rights Commission. So this is a very powerful body that champions the civil and the political rights of all South Africans. And therefore, it needs that kind of independence to operate from, because then obviously we speak truth to power and we can address the socio-economic imbalances as well as the civil and political issues that come up from time to time. And many of these are contested terrains, but that obviously is in the nature of the work that we do. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. And then just finally, if you are appointed, what legacy would you like to leave? And please bear in mind, I'm a great admirer of brevity.
The legacy I'd like to leave is to see that the entire country gets water and sanitation and the right to housing. That would be my legacy, Chairperson. And I'm working very hard on those things. Thank you.
Honorable Brittenbach.
Thank you, Chair. I'm done.
Thank you very much. Honorable Swart.
Good. Thank you so much, Chair, and good morning, Commissioner. I must say, I remember very clearly when you were the lone commissioner at one stage. So you have got a very strong background with the Commission. What I would like to ask you is, there are obviously a number of challenges facing the Commission in fulfilling its mandate. And what would your suggestions be in mitigation strategies to meet those challenges? Maybe you touch on the issue of budget, resources, capacities. I'd like to hear your views on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Swart. Let me start off by saying that, you know, the time when I was the acting chairperson in the crisis management mode of the Human Rights Commission, it brought the very best out of me to work with a team of dedicated people in the Human Rights Commission to produce outstanding and phenomenal results. What it has taught me to apply my business administration skills together with my managerial skills and my legal skills as well, to harness the energies that are there and to take the Human Rights Commission, you know, from ICU into a system where we received unqualified reports at one level. At another level, we came out admirably smart to give over to the new commissioners when they came on board. What it has taught me, Honorable Swart, is the following: that it doesn't matter, you know, sometimes these crises happen. Sometimes it's just beyond your own problems. But when they are there, you need to confront them, and you can do one of two things. You can either attempt to attack the problem, or you can run away from the problem. I found it a challenge to attack the problem, address the issues, and come up with, using the financial muscle that we had, which was the limited shoestring budget that we had, coupled with, and I basically drove into looking at the human resource capacity of the Human Rights Commission within the Secretariat. And from there, I basically, re-energized the commission to work towards a better future and to take the commission at another level, which we did admirably, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. As you're aware, 184.3 requires that organs of state must provide the Commission with information on the measures of the socioeconomic rights, with particular healthcare, food, water, social security. And one of the challenges has always been that those government departments do not furnish those annual reports. Firstly, how would you address that ongoing issue? For as long as I've been around, it's been an ongoing issue. Do you think, firstly, how would you address it? Secondly, do you think the Human Rights Commission has got enough teeth? And thirdly, do they not exercise their teeth? For example, use those teeth, for example, making use of subpoena powers or other measures when you have departments not giving the reports, or secondly, not complying with findings that you bring. I'm trying to get to the heart of the teeth of the Human Rights Commission. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And I think that's a very relevant question. And unfortunately, my approach to is that's a good observation that you make. But I think what we should be doing is, in order for us to show the gravitas of the South African Human Rights Commission, we must exercise those powers because we have an independence to do so. Now, what I would do differently this time, Chairperson, is now that we have a full set of commissioners, is basically to address these issues via a monitoring mandate of the South African Human Rights Commission, and basically to put people to terms, the state in particular, for, if they come short, is to hold them liable and accountable. Now, I have done that on a few occasions very successfully, and I've done that both using the alternative dispute resolution mechanisms in the South African Human Rights Commission Act itself. An example I would give you here is in 2017, the city of Johannesburg, their money was taken away from them by the Gauteng Provincial Department of Housing. Within a matter of 5 weeks, I called for a meeting with the National Department of Human Settlements and National Treasury, and we ensured that the money gets transferred back into the coffers of the city of Johannesburg. That 180 million rand translates into 10,000 houses for people. Now imagine if this had to go into litigation, we'd be waiting for 20 years before we can come to a solution. So I would use those creative resources now, with the backing of the Human Rights Commission, because now we decided from 2017, we are no more just going to be barking, but we're going to start biting. So you put a person to terms on at the first level, you engage them, and if they don't come to the party, then you take them to court. You have an independence to do so. And the subpoena powers have immense consequences, which we need to start using very effectively, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner. Lastly, the cooperation from Parliament's side and the Office for Chapter 9 institutions in the Office of the Speaker. What has been your experience of that cooperation, particularly where Parliament could possibly have assisted in a better way for compliance from the executive side?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. My experience has been that it's, we found Parliament to drag its feet, which is unfortunate, because what happens is, one day delayed in a housing contract means a family is going to be deprived of houses. Now, the consequence of that is immeasurable, Chairperson. So the Office of the Speaker, supporting the institutions of constitutional democracy has been very thin with respect. Although they've given us in principle, the green lights and go ahead that yes, we can talk and talk, but we've never engaged them at a structured level where we can say to them, like what I've done in the portfolio of housing, where I have a structured relationship at a national level with the Minister of Human Settlements, the Minister of the Deputy Minister of Water and Sanitation. Unfortunately, that's not coming through, and that's basically arresting the work of the Human Rights Commission. So basically, we need to engage these processes in terms of Chapter 3 of the Constitution in order to get the best for society at the end of the day. You see, it doesn't help. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Chairperson. Everything the best. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Swart. Honorable Mfuke.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think I would first like to declare that I know Advocate Amir Mea in 1995. I was in the same election work with him. And later I worked with him when I was in the Peace Accord, when he worked for NIPILA and with women's organization. And recently, when he was working on the Casta Semenya event, he was approached by women, and I was one of them for him to deal with that matter. So I thought I must declare that. Am I allowed to go on, Chair?
Proceed.
Thank you very much. And good morning, Advocate.
Morning, madam.
I want to check with you, noting that March is celebrated as Human Rights Month. What can be done by South African Human Rights Commission to combat scourges such as racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerances, as well as gender-based violence and femicide, which are undermining South African rights to culture?
Thank you, Honorable Mofokeng. Yes, indeed, we come a long way, and but it was in our professional capacities that we did work for the greater good of society. So, the world is small, and as you work in the same environment, you always tend to meet each other decades, sometimes decades afterwards. Let me go to the question, Chairperson, that you're asking about the March month of Human Rights Month. I think it's a crucially important month, to advocate for, the end to the scourge of this pandemic. It's worse than the COVID, the gender-based violence issues. Now, the Human Rights Commission obviously is the custodian of the Bill of Rights. And obviously, as part of the, its agenda, it has declared the March month to be a very, very busy month for the South African Human Rights Commission and its work. Now, having said that, it seems that for all these major events, it seems that there are national issues, national agendas that are also being pushed by the state, as well as the civil society organizations. And I think a time has come that we need to join hands through a strategic collaborative partnership, which we can then use to basically advocate for criminalizing of this nasty behavior, but equally so educating a society in a better way to say to them that, it could be our mothers, it could be our sisters, it could be our wives, and these are human beings, who take care of us all the time. So they are very precious to us. Now, what we can do then is basically what I have done in my Access to Justice portfolio in my first half of between 2014 and 2017 is I worked very closely with the Department of Basic Education to embed a comprehensive human rights education model in the life orientation of a school, of this public school curriculum. That basically teaches us to go back to the drawing board, to start off at kindergarten level, to teach children the values of respect for human rights and the respect for dignity. And we work through that across the school curriculum. And we increase the awareness through the National Moot Court competition, where we produced global champions in 2016 and in 2020. So the children are alive to the issues of the values of the importance of the Bill of Rights. And I think that's where we need to go back to the drawing board, find out what it is. So we need to talk about it. Equally, we need to have hard sanctions around it as well. And to say to society out there that never, never, and never will we tolerate such untoward behavior. Thank you. I think I'll stop there. Thanks.
Thank you very much. What suggestions do you have to improve public understanding on the role of our Chapter 9 institutions? I will say this on the rest of them. I've seen you recently working with the Gender Commission, but I'm talking about the rest of them for interrelations.
Ma'am, I think, let us be realistic when we talk about these things. Let's talk to these things in context. The South African Human Rights Commission ideally is made up of 8 commissioners, a staff of 200, and a carbon footprint in all 9 provinces that must look after, as custodians of the Bill of Rights, the 27 rights that are entrenched in the Bill of Rights of 58 million people. Now, this is the first thing. So in other words, there's already a capacity constraint to reach out to all 58 million people. So what do? We then have to reach out to civil society organizations and sister Chapter 9 organizations. Now, this was a wonderful opportunity for me in this particular case to work on the Castor Semenya matter. I was sitting in Geneva where I heard in the Human Rights Council of this matter of Castor Semenya, and I said, this can never be. I mean, she's our daughter. And as such, she needs a national protection here. I came back, I spoke to my commissioners, and then we engaged with the Chapter 9, the Commission for Gender Equality. I said to them, look, this is per se a human rights violation. It's a woman's rights, a human rights. Can we not do it together? Within the time frame when the judgment was given against her, I contacted you, Chairperson, to ask for assistance. You put me in touch, Honorable Mofokeng. You heard the problem statement and you put me in touch with the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Sports. Between September 2020 and November 2020, within a matter of 3 months, we had a unanimous endorsement from Parliament of the Republic of South Africa to say, we are backing Castor Semenya in her case to fight for the rights of her dignity in the European Court of Human Rights. That's how powerful collaborative efforts and actions can reveal a lot of good things. I will give you another example. The Cleveland's issue on the hostels in KwaZulu-Natal, eThekwini, it's another problem, okay? The Human Rights Commission, there was complaints. The Public Protector, there was complaints. I joined hands with the Public Protector and we did a show together. And we went out and we addressed the eThekwini municipality together jointly as Chapter 9s, and to say that, you know what, we've got biting powers, we're putting you to terms, give us a plan of action, how are you going to turn that around? I'll give you another example. Volgehevel out here in Ruhrport Honeydew, 280 families living in tent for 4 years in an impasse between the city of Johannesburg and the rest of informal settlements. Together with the Public Protector, we got the minister to give them decent shelter. I went further. I got the Gift of the Givers, who's a humanitarian organization, to give them all the material needs that they have. I'm saying is we need to tap on what we have in South Africa to maximize our efforts to champion human rights.
Thank you very much, Advocate Amermeya and Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mfokeng. Honorable Belmani Vogt-Dracham.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, Advocate. I hope you are well. My first question, I've got 3. I'm going to ask it all in one. It relates to coronavirus, the coronavirus pandemic. Now, it required a limitation on human rights in the interest of the greater good. Sorry, Wilma just froze. Sorry, Honorable Chair. Wilma's screen froze. Okay, just a moment. She's on another device. Okay. Right. Okay, so it placed the spotlight on the role of the state and the Human Rights Commission during the pandemic. Now, in your view, what are the key human rights issues that emerged during the pandemic? And then secondly, do you think the Human Rights Commission responded adequately to the pandemic? And thirdly, what are the future lessons that we could learn from this?
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I want to say good morning to you and thank you for a very thoughtful, reflective question. Let me start off by saying that yes, the coronavirus, the pandemic hit the whole world like a tsunami. And that is the first thing. The second part of it, does it mean that in terms of the Disaster Management Act, it gives the government or the state a blank check to violate every piece of human rights? The answer is definitely no. So therefore, what we're saying is, if there are limitations, those limitations equally apply there. That is the first thing. Secondly, what the Human Rights Commission did, right, is, you know, when we saw the police brutality and where the army were high-handed in certain issues, we basically had a structured meeting with the chairperson of the coordinating committee, and that is the Minister Zuma herself. And we said we need to engage each other structurally so that we can come up with a win-win situation. On the one hand, we understand that yes, it's you know, it's for the greater good, but in terms of the limitation clauses, it means you've got to act. You know, it's state power that has to be harnessed within the framework of the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. You know, so this is the first thing. Minister Zuma agreed with us to those meetings. And secondly, what we then did, we went further. We even made submissions to that coordinating committee and said, you know what, we need to address the issue of evictions, because if you throw people out into the street in these kind of conditions for the pandemic, you're exacerbating the problem as resolving the problem. So immediately from the intervention of the Human Rights Commission, what had happened was, you know, there was a moratorium on evictions at that particular point in time because of the severity of the issues that impact on health, sanitation, water, right to housing, and all those socio-economic rights that impact on the lives of the poor, the marginalized, and the vulnerable. The third issue that I must tell you is there were, you know, through that kind of engagement, the concrete relationship we established with the National High Command, I even managed to solve a problem where a South African citizen was at risk of becoming stateless. And we then got the Minister of Home Affairs together with the Director General, the generals of the National High Command to fly to Komatipoort, the border, to arrest the situation so that our citizen comes back safely, was quarantined for 14 days, and was back in the country. You know, otherwise he would have been rendered stateless at that level. So this is the power of the Human Rights Commission to effect those kind of changes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes. Okay,
Sorry,
you were there for 7 years, right? Now you mentioned some of your focus areas already. Now, if you should be appointed again, would you like to focus on those areas again, or would you like to have a different focus area in terms of what the critical focus areas that you feel need to continue?
Ma'am, I'd like to continue with the focus areas, particularly on housing and water and sanitation. And I'll tell you why I want to do that. Is first of all, I have a passion for socioeconomic rights at one level. Secondly, I have engaged in the 7 years that I've established structured relationships, you know, after many trial runs with all the state actors to resolve problems at a very high level where we hit deadlocks. And that has worked superbly. For example, on the water and sanitation, where we see the collapse of local government now, we need the intervention of the national department. So we have now established a quarterly structure, a monthly and a quarterly structured relationship with the deputy minister, as well as the Minister of Human Settlements, right? And through those interventions, we got our provinces to meet with the water boards in the provinces. That unlocks the problems and finds the solutions that we are. What is very sad, and the reason why I need to go back and to finish those as unfinished businesses is not because I didn't do my work during the time, is that my time came to a conclusion because of the work that I was doing. And I have still yet to see people in Maluti Apafong in the Free State, the people of Siboyile to get their houses. There are people in the outside behind the Drakensberg Mountains who haven't seen water, clean running water for 8 years. This is a lived reality. So that's why I need to take this course at that level to resolve those issues, because you can't go to court on this. It's just far too expensive and prohibitively costly. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. The other thing that you mentioned earlier as well, but what other, okay, as you mentioned now the housing and all of that, what other critical areas in terms of human rights do South Africa face, except for those that you already mentioned?
The other ones are basically the role of the private sector and the role of business and human rights. Those are critical. Those are absolutely critical. I mean, we saw the saga of the H&M clothing, nasty event that took place. So were the cliques as well. Now, private sector sometimes think that they are above the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. If it's applicable to the state, it's equally applicable to everybody, because the Constitution is the supreme law of the land and everybody is accountable in terms of the Constitution itself. So therefore, we have to hold everybody accountable in terms of that, and we have an independence and a mandate to do so. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Advocate. I'm done. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Yvonne Drachen. Honorable Tembimsane.
Ngiyabonga sihlalo ngixolise ngokudelaya i-process this morning. Ngethembe ukuthi ama-high blood aseyehlile. Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings, Advocate. I have 3 questions with very limited time. So I would just request that your responses are straight to the point and very brief. So, Advocate, what innovations would you wish to introduce in the human rights space if you were appointed Commissioner? And how would you plan on bringing in knowledge and interest of the South African youth in the human rights space?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, Honorable Member. Good morning to you. And let me start off by saying the innovation is extremely important. The element of innovation is extremely important. We have youth of today that are different from the youth of yesterday. And the fourth industrial revolution has revolutionized the technology, and hence we are products of that as we're sitting and talking across each other through the Zoom platform, the virtual platform. Children today are tech savvy, and therefore we need to tap on that resource in a remarkable way. But equally so, we realize that there are limitations. The limitations are that the majority of our children, and we can see the protests that are happening at the universities today, is primarily they come from historically disadvantaged backgrounds, and now the cost of data is prohibitively expensive, and therefore we're making life a bit more difficult for them. So what I'm saying in that regard is we need to use that platform to address the issues of long e-learning so that we can get maximum in terms of education and for our children, quality education, in the places where they stay. That is extremely important. Let me then say to you, the fourth industrial revolution, coupled with a strong advocacy and research of the South African Human Rights Commission, will basically turn the tide in favor of South Africa being, at the cutting edge of its growth and development strategy itself. So the human resource strategy is around shaping the discourse for our children, our youth, to get into mainstream government. Let me just quickly say to you, what I've done in this case is I have entered into memorandums of understanding with the South African, with the Legal Practice Council. And in terms of that memorandum of understanding, we are giving opportunities to unemployed law graduates to become part of the Chapter 9s so that we give them exposure to the law. They are in a position to write the exams, and they are in a position to add value to society with a human rights bias in where they come from. That, I think, is perfect. Secondly, the youth are extremely important. We cannot do things for the youth without the youth. They have to be part of this. So I would like to say, when I go back, I would like to introduce a different concept called conversations with commissioners, the youth, and then we work through the municipalities. Because I think every mayor's office in every municipality in the 44 districts can accommodate a human rights officer there. And through that, we can use those engagements to talk to the youth. You see, we didn't learn from the lessons of fees must fall. Hence, we're seeing the same problems repeating itself today. And we are playing the blaming game. But if we arrest the situation, address the issues, we will come to the solutions we want. Our youth want love. They want empathy. They want leadership from us, and obviously, taking things, talking above them definitely is not the solution to the problem statement itself. Thank you.
Okay, if you are appointed advocate, you would need to lead other people. How would you describe your leadership style, and give us an example of one program that you led to completion and you would say that you are satisfied and it has benefited South Africans?
Thank you. The reference I'd make to that honorable member is the following. In September 2016, I found myself on the 17th of September 2016, I found myself to be the only commissioner in the South African Human Rights Commission. I was invested by the Constitution to be the chairperson of the South African Human Rights Commission as the only commissioner in the country. What do I do with all those powers? And then what I did was I worked with the Secretariat and the staff and the provinces very closely. What we produced from the crisis mode that the Human Rights Commission found itself in was that my management style was I have an open door policy. I don't discriminate because I'm a commissioner. I do not believe in artificial barriers. We are all human rights activists. It's just where we are placed and located. That's the only difference. But we have to champion the work of the South African Human Rights Commission. What I effectively did, I did three big things. I ensured, one, that the Human Rights Commission gets an unqualified audit report. Two, I attended to the SED Many matter, where the Gauteng provincial government had to cough up 1.4 billion rand for the deaths of those 143 mental health patients, where the arbitrator, the former Constitutional Court Deputy Chief Justice, found against the Gauteng provincial district. We are monitoring that today to see how far they are with paying out the victims of that this thing. The other big important thing that I did in that time was I championed a report on the socio-economic realities that affect mining-affected communities by mining houses. We did that report. It was a groundbreaking report, and it's particularly important because at that particular point in time, the public protector took the government to court, and in the famous Nkandla matter, the Constitutional Court found that the powers of the Chapter 9s are binding. The reports are binding, and the state was held accountable. We used that to say that we are going to use our findings as directives to put the state to terms to deliver on what the findings and recommendations of every thing is. What I did thereafter, and it was very tangible, is I then took that mining house report and I took it to the Interministerial Committee for the Distressed Mining Communities and Labor Sending Areas Committee in Parliament, which unanimously adopted that report, and that had major societal impacts. So those are two impacts which I used my skills in a crisis mode. So I then, when I handed over to the new commissioners, I handed them a clean slate on the plate.
Okay. Thank you. Which supporting skills do you think are most important when it comes to effective leadership of an organization such as the SAHRC?
It's a very important question.
Advocate Amarmeya, Advocate Amarmeya, you have less than a minute to respond. You have half a minute to respond.
Thank you, Chairperson. So I basically use my forensic skills and my technical expertise to champion, the support skills to find sustainable solutions under those circumstances when they present themselves to me. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. And my apologies again.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ngola.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings, Advocate. My first question would be, does the South African Human Rights Commission have a role to play in promoting social cohesion?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Let me say yes, they have. And the question is, what are we doing about it? Indeed, social cohesion is part of Ubuntu and nation building. That is one very important principle. Secondly, we must, social cohesion, is the fabric of society itself. Anybody who tampers with that basically will destroy the edifice of our constitutional democracy. So yes, the Human Rights Commission has a role to play, and I'll give you one practical example. 25 years ago, the South African, 25 years ago, the Women's Legal Center brought an application for the recognition of Muslim marriages in a diverse society. The sad part is Parliament could have easily adopted it and said, yes, in terms of the equality clauses, they have a right like everybody else. They didn't do that. This matter had to go to the Supreme Court of Appeal eventually, where the matter was resolved in 2020, December 2020, where it found that the state has an obligation to ensure that, within the principles of social cohesion, that equality principles must apply and there must be full recognition for Muslim marriages. And over and above that, the state is given 24 months within which to effect legislative changes to make that happen. So that's my first answer to you, Chairperson. Let me stop there and take the other question.
Yeah, I think you have covered it. The commission has been criticized quite extensively by society. And the basis of the critique mostly have been that it is not visible to the public, it is not accessible to the public, it is not maximizing its effort in terms of protecting and promoting human rights in the country. Do you think that this critique is justifiable and fair?
Again, Chairperson, I think it's a loaded question and it's not a straightforward answer, yes or no. We always welcome these kind of criticisms because you can only grow by somebody telling you what your blind spots are. And that is good for the learning organization to factor into and to do the turnaround strategy. As far as accessibility is concerned, I don't think that's totally true, because obviously we've made every effort, through the print and electronic media as well, to engage the process by educating society through various platforms and saying that if you got a complaint, it's free of charge. Go to the website, log in a complaint, and if you can't, there is walking facilities at the South African Human Rights Commission, which has a carbon footprint in all 9 provinces. And we've done this in all 11 official languages itself. So, you know, there is a mark of a measure of the education part of it, perhaps needs to be fortified to aggressively load this kind of thing. I think what we need to do is maybe use ICASA and the power of radio as well to champion those kind of messages to get the society to understand the full powers and the potential of a South African Human Rights Commission to champion their rights. The issue is we are not using our potential to the maximum. Chairperson, I must, honorable member, I must say, there is only so much a person can do in a day, you know, in 24 hours, in 365 days. We have focal area mandates. We're working very hard, and we welcome those kind of criticisms where it can only make us stronger and better, Chairperson. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. What, in your view, should the Commission do in fostering cooperation and coordination with other Chapter 9 institutions and the civil society? And how is that coordination and cooperation so very much important?
Chairperson, the country is complaining about resources, the shrinking of resources. So everybody is fighting for resources. So these cooperations between the Chapter 9s is extremely important. So I just gave you one example early on of our cooperation with the Commission for Gender Equality in championing the work of Caster Semenya, you know, where we got a national support from government itself to champion this case in the European Court of Human Rights. This is the biggest single signature event on the right to human dignity in the world in the 21st century. So that's the power of a Chapter 9. Equally so, we've worked with the public protector, and we've worked with, and I think what you were saying is we should basically explore that as a possibility. The Kader Asmal report also speaks about these issues, right? But obviously there, it says, obviously, one has to factor in the question of the shrinking of resources, but maximizing on the message of independent organizations like the Chapter 9s to champion human rights for the benefit of the greater society itself. So there is that role, and we need to go and one step further. We need to also talk and work with human rights defenders locally and globally. And the Human Rights Commission, when I was there, I started entering into an agreement with the International Commission of Jurists and the human rights defenders in that space to address these kind of issues, as well as with the National Paralegal Movement, to get to the length and breadth of South Africa, and using our 9 provinces where we have carbon footprints to liaise with communities so that we can get to every community across the country.
All right, lastly, Section 36 of the Constitution is what we affectionately know as the limitation clause. It says the rights in the Bill of Rights can be limited in terms of the law of general application to an extent if the limitation is reasonable and justifiable. What, in your knowledge, is a reasonable and justifiable limitation of a human right?
I know we're fighting for time here, Chairperson, but let me give you a simple answer to that. The simple answer is we have, for example, a vacancy for a bus driver in the city of Johannesburg. A person who's partially sighted applies for that position to be the bus driver. Now, obviously, it's not in the interest of the public good to have a partially sighted driver driving a bus in the circumstances. Therefore, those limitations will be justifiable in an open and democratic society. What I'm saying to you, it's defendable to turn down that application.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Advocate.
Thank you very much, Advocate. Thank you very much, Honorable Kolangola. I don't see any more hands. Oh, I've got Honorable Judge.
Thank you, Chair.
Person, my apology before Honorable Janji. My hand is up there. I'm not sure if maybe there's something wrong. Apology, Honorable Janji.
Honorable, I did not see your hand, so Honorable Janji will come first.
Okay, Chair, no problem.
Proceed, Honorable Janji.
Thank you, Chair.
I'll be brief so that Honorable Marcel Kojele can come in. Advocate Amernia, what is the section in the Constitution that deals with appointment of commissioners?
Section 193, sir.
And says what?
If you give me a minute, it says...
I won't give you a minute. I don't have that minute. Talk to me, look at me.
It says...
I don't want you to read.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sir, thank you. It says that the National Assembly has a right to appoint commissioners.
No, it doesn't. You got it right in section 193, but it's in subsection 1 of that says public protector and other commissioners may be appointed and should be women or men who's a South African, fit and proper. That's what it says. So I'll be generous here with you. And I want you to tell me, why does it emphasize women or men and not say a person?
Thank you, Chairperson. My brief response to that would be that obviously it's loaded with a historical content because women were always out of the equation before 1994. So when we're looking at gender parity, we are basically saying women and men. And equally so, it is also governed by the equality clauses of Section 9 of the Constitution itself that governs that issue of getting the gender parity across.
Okay. What is your understanding of fit and proper, Commissioner?
Thank you, Chairperson, Honorable Member. One is that you've got to be a person who's got exceptional integrity. You've got no skeletons in the cupboard. You've got the highest standards of ethical conduct in the work that you do. And you are therefore fit and proper to serve a public good.
Are you a fit and proper candidate for this commission?
I am.
Why?
Because I meet those criteria.
You look surprised. Please tell us if you're fit and proper. I repeat the question.
I am fit and proper, Chairperson, for the following reasons. I have demonstrated the highest integrity in the work that I've done in the Human Rights Commission, as well as when I was working in the public sector prior to joining the South African Human Rights Commission. Hence, I even got an international leadership award accolade, confirming my leadership qualities in that regard, sir.
Whilst we on this point of fit and proper, just to take it further as part of Section 193, your public protector, your auditor general, just as an example, they are given a period of 7 years to serve their country, and it's non-renewable. I want to hear your comment. Do you think that the 7 years given to the public protector and auditor general is enough of a time?
Chairperson, from my experience in the South African Human Rights Commission, my 7 years flew so fast. It was just like yesterday, I was appointed for the first term, and today I'm coming to my second term. But the work itself is enormous, Chairperson. So you have to have a structured approach to address these issues and to get the maximum benefit for the greater good of society, Chairperson. So my answer is no.
So you are praying here in a way that we need to give you more than 7 years, more than what we give the public protector, more than what we give an auditor general to do the work and leave a legacy. You want more than that to demonstrate what you can do in the South African Human Rights Commission. You have been there for more than 7 years. Why must we be recommending you when we have other candidates of your age, of your race, of your gender, of the same kind of credentials, some wanting to come in and to show what they can deliver? Why must we stick with the Advocate Armenia?
Thank you, Chair. I think it's a good question that you ask. It's a very thought-provoking question. My answer to that is very simple. I've not been more than 7 years there. And secondly, the Constitution. The Constitution gives me the right.
Proceed. Just pause there before you proceed on this issue of my question being good and thought-provoking, because I don't like that, because other questions, if I ask you 5 questions, you won't say the same. And I might think that other questions are not thought-provoking. So let's stay away from my questions being good, because if I have to measure you, I'm not going to measure you about how you responded to, how you said about my question. I'm going to measure you about the content you put on the table. Can we just settle on that?
Yes. So let me go back and say the Constitution allows me a second term based on, and it's not automatically renewable. Hence, I'm here for the interview to justify why I should come. And that is for 3 reasons I've mentioned early on: institutional memory, business continuity, and unfinished business, which was unfortunately could not be done in the time of 7 years. That's why I'm saying 7 years is too little. But I've set up structures in the commission itself to take on that work to another level. To, for example, like housing and water and sanitation are big, are extremely big. They are national challenges. And obviously, with the collapse of local government, we need to find measures to arrest the situation. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Let's pause there. My last departing point or landing point, Chair, and I want to link up with Honorable Tola's point. I want us to go back to this issue of the limitation of rights, and I want to give you a living case study. As we speak today, Advocate Amernia, there are ordinary poor South Africans in the Western Cape and in Gauteng who are occupying the railway line, the Transnet line, where trains cannot move. They have invaded that space. They are staying there. I want you to apply this limitation of rights to that. Why should those people not be removed? And why do they have rights to stay in that rail and affect everybody else who must go to work? I want you to, as a human rights practitioner, to give us a scenario on that. What must be done?
So the limitation clauses are justified in those circumstances because it's arresting a national development. Equally so, what should be happening is the provincial government and the city of Cape Town, as well as national government, should find alternative land to give to these people so that they can sit, they can go and live there.
Just pause there on the alternative. Here you have got people who got out wherever they were and go and closed a road. Okay, so are you saying that before you remove them, you must get alternative land? Can you get into this tricky situation? I want you to put your head on a block on this. And that's going to be my last point, Chair.
I'm saying to you, you cannot evict anybody without a court order. So you should go to court and get an eviction order. That is the first point. That's the rule of law. And that's a constitutional requirement. Thereafter, you need to engage with the state to provide alternative accommodation and give them that, because nobody can be evicted without, and that's the Constitution. Nobody can be evicted without alternative land.
Thank you very much.
Obviously, you left out the 48-hour rule in that, so it was.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Jailer.
Thank you, Chairperson. My apology, Chairperson, for background. I've been trying to change this thing. It doesn't come and it doesn't look nice. My apology. If I can switch it off, is it possible?
It's fine.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Advocate.
Morning, ma'am.
Yes, I think you understand now why I wanted to be the first one before Honorable Janchi. I have a follow-up question also on the matter of you have been saving on the areas of housing and sanitation and water. But I have, even by yesterday, it is all over in the media where people are complaining about the issues of not having flushing toilets. They don't have water in these municipalities. There are still lots of problems. Clearly, people now are opting to go to the media to report their issues. Why is that if there is access with Human Rights Commission where they can go and report their matters? I just want, so my question would be, what mechanism that you are going to employ as the person who has been there for some time now in order to assist these people to get access and awareness about your activities? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. On the first question of access, let me say to you, obviously, there's a serious problem because of the collapse of local government that is in dire straits. So what we have done in the Human Rights Commission and what I've been working on very seriously with my provincial managers in all 9 provinces is to set up a structured meeting with the Department of National Human Settlements and the National Department of Water and Sanitation. Obviously, it's an indictment that 25 years into the democracy, we can still have people without flushing toilets. We have sewage spillages in society, and there's a total breakdown of governance issues there. So obviously, you can't go to a sphere of government that totally collapsed that will not give meaningful results. Hence, you see the VAL report that was recently this thing. It was an intervention from my side from 2017 to get the state to finally say, and the minister to admit that this is a national problem of immense proportions, and therefore we need a cabinet intervention to arrest that situation. So the accessibility at that level is not to take the government to court. We must use the other powers in the South African Human Rights Commission, the alternative dispute resolutions, invoke Chapter 3 of the Constitution on cooperative governance and find sustainable solutions. And in that way, we have a roadmap to fixing up the problem. Secondly, I must also say that from 2021 till 2030 is the decade of implementation of the National Development Plan. We as the South African Human Rights Commission have a serious role to play there, because what we need to do is to hold government to say to them that what is your pro-human rights budget that speak to the issues of the failure of service deliveries on the ground itself. And thirdly, is through our memorandum of agreements with SALGA, is to say how can we assist local government to get back on its feet, because that is the core of the problem. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. My other question would be, what would you say are the South African achievements in advancing human rights?
The first achievement is to get the Constitution itself was the greatest achievement, with an entrenched Bill of Rights, which is justiciable, and creating structures like the South African Human Rights Commission that is institutionalized and not personalized, which makes it, which then helps to say that no one, not even the president, is above the law, and everybody is accountable in terms of the law and the entrenched Bill of Rights, which is justiciable in terms of the Constitution itself. That in itself, I am of the opinion, is the greatest achievement that South Africa has achieved. What we have to address is the imbalances that the preamble of the Constitution reminds us of, and Chapter 1 of the Constitution reminds us of the supremacy of the Constitution to hold all spheres of government accountable. Equally so, we are saying that in terms of Section 181 of the Constitution, we are saying that organs of state need to assist the Human Rights Commission to advance the rights in the Bill of Rights itself. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lastly, I just want to know, in your tenure, how have you been handling complaints which you may have considered potentially politically sensitive or otherwise controversial, in light of your understanding of the role of the Human Rights Commission?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that's I want to answer it the following way.
Madam Chair, I think you have to correct the point.
I'm sorry, Honorable Member. I am sorry, Chairperson. Apologies. Let me go back to the question. I think we have a constitutional imbalance. We owe our fidelity to the Constitution itself. The Constitution itself gives the South African Human Rights Commission a mandate to deal with those kind of issues. Obviously, In a society that is so unequal as South Africa, one of the most unequal societies in the world, there's always going to be a contestation of terrain on civil and political rights, on socio-economic rights, and hence the different scenarios of sensitivities will play itself out. But we have to be above that, and that's why we have a constitutional independence to do it. In fact, Section 181 of the Constitution says, if any member or any organ of state interferes with the work of the Human Rights Commission, that is a serious transgression of the Constitution itself as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Jele. And thank you to you, Advocate Amarmia, for availing yourself to be considered for this position. We will revert to you as soon as possible. As you know that we have asked for your fingerprints and the fingerprints of other candidates. We are still continuing with the screening report. Once that is completed, we will deliberate, and the National Assembly will consider the names and pass the resolutions. Once that is done, then you would know who has been appointed as the two members to be appointed as commissioners, and one of them would be the deputy chairperson. But thank you very much. If I may just ask you the last question, do you think that the interview was fair? And do you think the questions were fair?
Yes, sir. The interview was fair and the questions were fair.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Advocate Marmia. Thank you
May I
very
be
much.
excused, Chairperson?
Yes, yes, you are.
Thank you very much. A wonderful day to all of you.
Thank you very much. Is Ms. Johan Cotter in?
Good morning, Chairperson.
Good morning. How are you, Ms. Cotter?
It's Chohan.
How are you, Ms. Johan?
I'm very well, thank you, Chairperson. How are you?
I'm okay, thanks. I want to declare that I do know Honorable Chohan. We served together in the Portfolio Committee of Justice and Constitutional Development, as it was known then, and we also served together in the National Executive from 2012 until 2019. Thank you very much, members. Are there any members who would want also to make their declarations?
Morning, Chair. Steve Swart here.
Honorable Swart.
Good morning, Ms. Chohan. Are you well? It's good to see you. I also need to declare that I served for, I think, 2, maybe 3 periods in the Justice Portfolio Committee with Ms. Chohan. At one stage, she was the chairperson of the committee. Thank you very much.
So I see no other hand. Let me start by apologizing. Hello?
Honorable Druchen.
Okay. Honorable Druchen.
I would like to declare that we were neighbors in terms of our offices, Ms. Johan and I, so we know each other quite well from that setup.
Thank you very much. Any other hand? None. Let me start by apologizing to you, Ms. Chohan, for starting late with you. We had logistical problems that delayed our start. We started a little bit late, but thank you very much for your kind consideration and your patience with us. Thank you very much, and good morning. I will start by saying, please convince us what would make us to consider you for the role of Commissioner or Deputy Chairperson of the South African Human Rights Commission. Tell us about who you are, your values, and your experience that you would bring to the Commission. Over to you.
Thank Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning to you and to all the honourable members of the Portfolio Committee. If I may respond to your wide-ranging question in this fashion. I thought long and hard about this position before I applied. In fact, I think I submitted my application the day before the closing date, simply because I had to be sure that if I were to be offered this position, that I would be willing, able, fit and proper to contribute to the best of my ability. And I had to think about many things and took stock of essentially my whole career. You will see in my questionnaire that I mentioned there that at the age of 12, I made a decision that my life would count towards building a just and equal society, one that is based in compassion. And I thought about this as I was waiting to be entered into the Zoom room. And I remember precisely the day that I reflected on this as a young 12-year-old living under the apartheid system. I came across the words of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., his I Have a Dream speech. At the time, I must confess, I didn't know who he was. I didn't understand the context.
Sorry, Ms. Chauhan, it was an aeroplane. I think that has disturbed us. But I must warn you that I only have 8 minutes to allow also other members to ask questions.
So if I may just continue very quickly, one of the things that struck me very much as a young person living in the apartheid state was how people with huge amount of talent were not able to give expression. They didn't have the opportunity to express their gifts. And people around me died a slow death in their souls. And when I read the words of this I Have a Dream speech, and particularly I remember memorizing them and saying to myself that that's the dream that I want my life to be used to attain. And the words were that I have a dream that a state sweltering in the heat of oppression and injustice will one day be an oasis of freedom and justice. And this is really what set me on a path from school to university to being very privileged to even attend as a delegate at CODESA. Then to serve my country in a technical capacity, to realize the tenets of the Constitution in both local government, in provincial government, and then in national parliament as well. So I have been very honored and privileged to serve my country in all of those capacities, and these values are still values that drive me every single day in whatever I do.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chauhan. Do you have any criminal record?
I do not, Chairperson.
Yes, we are asking you these questions because We have asked all of you to submit your fingerprints, but we are still awaiting the screening report. So we thought that we must just go through those questions. Have you ever been declared to be insolvent?
No, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Do you know the salary of a commissioner?
I do not, Chairperson.
The chair, the deputy chairperson earns about 1.2, and then a full-time commissioner earns about 1.118. So will you be comfortable with that salary?
Certainly, Chairperson. I would pay to be a commissioner.
Thank you very much. We are asking this particular question because we have had to deal with unfortunate situations before, where we have appointed people, and then after that we had to deal with the issue of people not accepting the salary as it is. Thank you very much. I would now
just record that last statement of the Honourable Chair, please.
I have Honourable Breitenbach. Honourable Breitenbach.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Madam.
Good morning, Honourable Member.
I have two questions, and please bear in mind that I'm a great admirer of brevity. Why do you think that the Constitution requires that the Commission be both independent and impartial? Why is the independence of the Commission so protected? Please answer that first.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. It's an absolutely crucial aspect of any Chapter 9 institution to protect the impartiality, to behave without fear, favour, or prejudice, to act within the constraints of the Constitution and the law. The idea being that because you interact and you're an agent for change within the state and within society as a whole, that your credibility and independence of mind must be paramount.
Thank you. My second question is, if you are appointed to this post, what legacy would you like to leave?
That's a very interesting question. Thank you for that. I would like to be able to say that in some small way, I have changed people's lives for the better. If that is all that can be said of my legacy, I should be happy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam. I'm done, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Mufuke.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning, Madam Chohan. My first question will be, and I'm saying this because I know that you served in Parliament. What is your understanding of the role of the South African Human Rights Commission that should play in supporting the parliamentary process? What is the role of the National Assembly in supporting the Human Rights Commission?
Thank you very much, Honourable Mafokeng. A very interesting question, very important question at that. When I became a member of Parliament, these aspects were very much a matter of great deal of focus and discussion and debate. You can imagine with new institutions, people were finding their place under the constitutional sun, as it were. The relationship in my mind is a deeply collaborative one, but with an understanding that as a Chapter 9 institution, the Commission acts without fear, favour, prejudice, and in terms of the law and constitution. And so its independence needs to be safeguarded. However, there are huge opportunities for collaboration, particularly in the oversight role of Parliament. Parliament has resource constraints to some extent, and in terms of conducting research, its ability to investigate human rights violations, its ability to influence policy making, its ability to even contribute to making laws within the public participation process of legislation, the Human Rights Commission can play a huge supportive role to Parliament. And likewise, Parliament, as with other organs of state, is enjoined to support the work of the Human Rights Commission. One of the important powers that the South African Human Rights Commission has, and there's a context to this power, is the ability to litigate on behalf of people who've had their rights violated. Now, of course, this ability is very much dependent on the kind of resources available to the Human Rights Commission. Central to this power were discussions at the time that the Constitution was drafted. And by the way, I'm one of the mothers of the Constitution, founding mothers, as it were. And so I remember very, very keenly this very contested debate about the inclusion of a Bill of Rights by itself in the Constitution, and whether that would only advantage people who were resourced, because you need resources to be able to access courts and to fight for your rights. And it was within this debate and these parameters that we constructed the South African Human Rights Commission specifically with the power to litigate on behalf of the poor and people who were not resourced enough to access those rights. And so there is that collaborative relationship. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. March is celebrated as the Human Rights Month. What can be done by the South African Human Rights Commission to combat the scourges such as racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerances, as well as gender-based violence and femicide, which are undermining the South Africa's human rights culture?
Very important issue, once again, Honorable Mofokeng. And for me, the real work, if I may say, pertains to the task and mandate of the Human Rights Commission in promoting respect for human rights and respect for a human rights culture. You know, we must appreciate that change doesn't happen as an event. It happens with specific interventions and with processes. I'm a big believer in young people being the target of programs that are aimed at developing a sound set of values. And I do believe that within the South African schooling system and in targeting young people to develop a sense of a human rights culture, we will go a long way to meeting all of those challenges that you've referred to, including racism and xenophobia.
Thank you very much. The last one will be, what suggestions do you have to improve public understanding of the role of our Chapter 9 institutions?
Well, I think that the Chapter 9 institutions themselves have a large role to play in educating members of the public as to their role and their functions. A lot of that doesn't have to wait for a situation of violation of rights, for example, where people have to complain and so on. A lot of that can be proactive, can be programmatic, it can be addressed in outreaches and so on. I noticed in the annual report of the South African Human Rights Commission that they have embarked on a lot of outreach, public education, radio stations being used, community radio stations and others, to forge this kind of understanding. And I imagine that it just requires, you know, we are a very young country, relatively speaking. And civic education is something that I think will develop over time. And certainly the South African Human Rights Commission seems to be doing quite a lot in that sense.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cohen, and Jefferson, thank you. Thank you, Chairperson.
Sorry, I was muted. Thank you very much, Honorable Mafokeng. Honorable Mivo Drachen.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning again, Ms. Chauhan. My first question to you, good morning. My first question to you is, what are the critical human rights challenges that are pervasive in South Africa right now?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Druchen. And I apologize that I'm not able to speak to you in sign language. I've just started learning it, and hopefully in the next year or so we can have a small conversation. I won't make promises about my fluency. Some of the big challenges in the country, as articulated by the South African Human Rights Commission themselves in their reports, relates to the increasing amount of violence in our country, whether it's gender-based violence, whether it's violence at protests, whether it's xenophobia. These things hold us back, I think, as a nation. And it allows for negative tendencies and negative cultures to pervade. Of course, there are many, many challenges in our country that stem from our past inequality, structural inequality, the mistrust of state institutions. There's a huge challenge, however, I believe, in this COVID era of food insecurity. And it's an area that through the trust that I'm a trustee of, we have been preoccupied with since last year, where in our communities, even families that you wouldn't expect to have suffered from food insecurity are in fact suffering from that very malaise. And one of the, I think, post-COVID-19 challenges that we are going to have in the country is to be able to develop food security resilience within our communities. And I think we are in a very good space on the African continent generally, in the sense that many communities still embark on subsistence farming, for example. I remember having a conversation with a colleague of mine not many years ago, where she was saying to me that as a child, her father was a teacher in a church school. They lived in a very rural area, and he was retrenched after about 20 years of service. the next day he woke up and he went and he was plowing the land and growing vegetables, and they had a few pigs and a few chickens and so on. And the family never went hungry, even though he was never re-employed as a teacher, but they never went hungry. And I think that this culture of subsistence farming, whether it's in the rural areas, whether it's in the urban areas in the form of the provision of urban gardens where people can go and plant vegetables and so on, is quite an important aspect of future-proofing ourselves from further crisis. People like, oh, so sorry.
Thank you.
I apologize, yes.
Do you have other questions? Yes, so the commissioners have different focus areas. And should you be appointed as a commissioner, what are the critical focus areas that you would like to, well, focus on and make a difference to?
Thank you for that question. Once again, I'll try and be as brief as possible. I've already spoken to food security. I think that aspect has to have immediate attention. And I'm quite sure that the Human Rights Commission is already looking at this area. The other area that has preoccupied me, and no doubt yourself, is the issue of disability. I think one of the things, just like in gender issues, it's important for men to participate in women's empowerment issues. Likewise, able-bodied people should be concerned with disability issues. And since I was the chairperson of basic education, I have been preoccupied by this issue of access on the part of students who suffer from a range of disabilities within the school system. I was preoccupied with it because there is such a high dropout rate from amongst those students who didn't function well within the school environment, whether it was because their physical disabilities, either hearing or speech or sight was affected, or whether they suffered from learning disabilities such as poor memory retention, working memory retention, or dyslexia. And these students are at risk of falling out of school, dropping out of school, and have very little or no opportunity to go to university. So our universities don't do weighted scoring for disabled students. And I think that this is something that has to be looked into if we are going to succeed. I believe that inclusive societies succeed better than those that exclude people.
Thank you very much for that. In relation to the coronavirus pandemic and the lockdown, what lessons could have been learned by the South African Human Rights Commission during this period?
I think we all learned lessons during this time. I think one of the things that we've learned is just how vulnerable we are, not just in South Africa, but across the globe, and how our economies and our societies are structured in a particular way that are not able to be resilient in the face of crises. That it is going to become more and more important to focus on our health sector. It is going to become more important, as I said, with regard to food security. I believe that food is a basic right. And that in order to future-proof ourselves against other crises, whether they come in the form of viruses or whether they come in the form of the technological age, where we're told, for example, that people are going to have more than one careers in their lifetime, and in between those careers, they're going to have to spend time re-educating, retraining themselves and so on. Questions arise. How does one, if you are 35 years old, start training for a new career? And if that takes you on average 3 years, who's going to pay your bills? Who's going to provide food? And these are questions for the future that we have to start thinking about now. And so these are challenges not just for the Human Rights Commission, although that is very much part and parcel of it, but it's also a question for all policymakers in the country.
Thank you very much, Honorable Newwood Dragan.
Thank you very
Honorable
much,
Swart.
Mr. Johan.
Honorable Swart.
Thank you, Chair, and warm greetings again, Ms. Chowan. I would just like very briefly to ask you, bearing in mind that you were a member and chair of the Justice Committee for a number of years when we were with you, and you would know the challenges and risks that the SA Human Rights Commission faced then, and possibly you might know what they face now in fulfilling its mandate. How would you, given your institutional knowledge from that perspective, how would you mitigate those risks and challenges, for example, budgetary capacity, in order for the Human Rights Commission to better fulfill its function?
Thank you, Mr. Swart, for that very interesting question, which requires me to think, as you've always done in the Portfolio Committee on Justice, posing very, very difficult questions. But let me attempt answering that. I think institutions generally of government are laboring under resource constraints, which is a major problem. It's always been the case with the South African Human Rights Commission that the budgets were never sufficient to meet all of their mandates and their tasks and their programs. And however, I think that having read their annual report, they're in a much better position now, resource-wise, than they were when I was chairperson of the Portfolio Committee. But what I found very, very interesting and very compelling was the extent to which they try and collaborate in terms of affecting change, especially within the state. I really like that approach because, you know, one of the key lessons in my life has been that nobody has ever changed when they're told that they are wrong. Instead, if you work with people and you collaborate and you speak through some of the challenges that they may have with a view to possibly assisting to find solutions, I think the outcomes are usually better outcomes, but they're also more lasting outcomes. And so the change that is affected is one that is entrenched within the culture of the institution and so on. And so I see that they've reported in their annual report about collaborative efforts that they're making, for example, in the Eastern Cape health sector and in other areas of government, where they actually sit down with the government departments and try and work through some of the challenges, which I find really phenomenal. And I think that that is something that's going to not require that much resource, but will have a huge impact in terms of developing a progressive agenda in some of these state departments.
Thank you so much for that. I also wanted to ask you, what would you think that Parliament, you touched on the issue of Parliament's oversight, but Parliament possibly assisting the Human Rights Commission more, whether it's from that we from the Justice Committee do our best, but from other portfolios, and as well as the office supporting state institutions in the Speaker's office. Would you not think that there's a greater role for them to play in assisting the Human Rights Commission as well?
I think one of the perpetual problems has been that the Human Rights Commission, I remember having this discussion with Commissioner, as he was then, Jody Colopin, because his complaint was, we're producing all these reports and Parliament doesn't engage with them. It's a perfect opportunity in terms of your oversight role, etc., etc. And my response to him was, it's very interesting that you say so, but when I read your reports and I look at my urgencies and exigencies in my portfolio committee and what I'm interested in terms of oversight, the two don't really gel. And so maybe what we should be doing is at the beginning of the process, having a discussion and saying, what are your priorities as the Justice Portfolio Committee this year? Where are your oversight measures going to be focused? And can we then also try and align, as much as we are an independent body, can we, within our mandate, if this is within the purview and within our radar screen as well, could we prioritize those aspects that are going to be of interest to you, so as to collaborate more and to enhance your oversight capacity and resource? I think if this were to be done more frequently, we'd find more collaboration, more assistance, mutually beneficial assistance between Parliament and certainly the Human Rights Commission.
Thank you so much. And lastly, just the relationship between the executive and the commission. We understand capacity constraints both ways, but just how would you, given some of the experience that you've picked up, be able to assist the commission with obtaining compliance from executive organs, or you've mentioned the reports, which are the annual reports, given what we know of some of the capacity constraints from the executive, but that might not excuse the executive not complying with whether it's rulings, the annual reports. Again, you've got Parliament, but maybe there's a role, Executive Human Rights Commission, to avoid the last step, which is subpoenas. Obviously, one wants to try to resolve those issues before one uses the teeth. And then would you also think that the Commission should at some stage start using the teeth that it's got, whether it's a subpoena power as a last resort?
Yes. Having had some experience with the Human Rights Commission in my capacity as the Deputy Minister of Home Affairs for many years, we've always, I don't think the executive goes out of its way to disrespect the Commission in any way. I think part of the difficulty is that sometimes there's a misalignment in terms of where our focuses are and where, of course, the pressures are being felt by the Human Rights Commission as well. So on individual cases, clearly we were able to assist and sort out, for example, where people say that they've applied for documents and they haven't received their documents, and then they cite poor administration and administrative justice issues, etc. Those things can be quite easily resolved through collaboration and so on. But they're more difficult big policy issues. So, for example, one of the things that we are headed to court on as a country really is the issue of access to education, and particularly in the form of undocumented children and their rights to access public education. And this is going to be a very, very interesting issue because, of course, there are competing rights in the Constitution. Our Constitution speaks about the rights of citizens versus the rights of people who are foreign nationals and so on. And there are obviously differences in these rights. And sometimes your mandates then have a definite clash, which is a matter that has to be resolved in court.
Can you round up?
Sorry. to the extent that they have to be dealt with in court, I think that sometimes it's not a question of the two not wanting to collaborate. It's more a question of certainty needing to be created on certain constitutional issues.
Thank you so much, Ms. Joanne, and everything the very best.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kolamola.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings, Mrs. Kohan. The first question would be on social cohesion. What is the role of the Commission in promoting social cohesion?
Thank you very much through your chair, Honourable Member, for that question. Social cohesion is something I think that is quite important given our history, Honourable Member, with regard to the separateness or the apartheidness of our communities and the absolute diversity that we have within our communities. It becomes very interesting to try and visualize a culture of human rights that binds us all, regardless of our differences in terms of language, culture, able-bodiedness, gender, etc., etc. And really, for me to be able to say to you that I hope to make some kind of contribution in the Human Rights Commission, one has to understand that vital to the role of the Commission is to forge this universal culture amongst all groups represented within our communities. And so as to build social cohesion through those values and shared values.
Okay. The Commission has been criticized across society. It's criticized on the basis of its visibility to the people, its accessibility to the people, that it does not maximize its role to ensure that it reaches out to the ground in our society and everyone has access to it. Do you think that this comment is fair and justified?
I think in everything we should balance a few things. As I've indicated, one of the things that we often don't do is to recognize that we are a young country and these institutions are relatively young compared to other countries. Number two, I think we've done fairly well within the resource constraints that have been brought on by various factors. And I think that this is true of all Chapter 9 institutions, that they've labored under resource constraints for many, many years. I mentioned to you that in the annual report, there was an indication that there were collaborative initiatives to ensure outreach in different communities, particularly through community radio stations. And the value of those collaborations, which didn't apparently cost the Human Rights Commission a cent, was put at $250 million. And the number of people that they reached through those community radio stations and communication initiatives was quite substantial. And I'm not sure whether in fact they are empirical stats, but certainly they look very impressive on paper. So I'm saying to you, I understand that much more needs to be done, but given the resource constraints and the fact that these institutions are relatively young and will develop into sort of known in every household eventually, that I think that where we are at the moment is quite understandable.
Okay, now that you're speaking of Chapter 9 institutions, what role should the Human Rights Commission play to improve coordination and cooperation with other Chapter 9 institutions and the civil society in general? And why is this coordination and cooperation so very much important?
Thank you very much for that, Honourable Member. I do think it's vital because it really serves no purpose for Chapter 9s to be falling over each other and trampling on each other's jurisdiction and operating in the same space, using vital resources that could be used elsewhere. And I think that there's a deep recognition of this within the Chapter 9 institutions. I believe that there is a forum aimed at trying to align their resources, trying to collaborate more with each other and not overlap their areas of operations. And so I do think that there is that recognition, and I do think that they're doing their best as far as that is concerned.
Okay, the last one. Chapter 2 of the Constitution is comprised of human rights. The Constitution is the supreme law of the country. But within this legal prescript, there is what we call the limitation clause, which is section 36 of the Constitution. It says the rights in the Constitution are limited in accordance to the general application of law. And to an extent that these limitations must be justifiable and reasonable. What in your understanding is a justifiable and a reasonable limitation of a human right?
Well, it's true that that is what the limitations clause says, but understandably, of course, there are other provisions in that limitations clause which kind of hone in on how one limits a particular right. So, for example, the relationship between the limitation and its purpose in an open and democratic society is something that the Constitution also requires there to be a test on, and also whether there is a less restrictive means to achieve the ends of the limitation. So that's in its entirety, and an example of that would be a murderer sentenced to prison, for example. That is clearly a limit on his right to freedom, freedom of movement in particular. But in an open and democratic society, people are sent to prison because they commit crimes and they do not adhere to the tenets of the law. So that would be one such instance of limitation of rights.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Kohan. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. You were right on time, Honorable Ngola. The next one is Honorable Maseko Chele.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, Ms. Cohen. I have some few questions for you. And the first one would be, as you are envisaged to be part of the Human Rights Commission, my question is that what do you think are some of South Africa's achievements in advancing human rights?
Oh, thank you very much, Honourable Member, for that question. You know, I'm not old enough to not remember what it was like to be under an apartheid government. And my formative years I grew up in that situation. And so for me, it's easy to see just some of the most amazing things that we've been able to achieve in our country in such a short time. It's almost as if we were a completely different country, as if the other one never existed. And for me, the biggest joy that I get is when we go to schools and we see these young people just integrating and learning in a way that was just not possible in my time. I went to a state school where some of my teachers didn't have a matric. I was taught mathematics by my physical education teacher. These things that we take for granted today were just completely, you couldn't even imagine that we would be here today when I was at school. Some of the greatest joy that I get is seeing how young people are forging ahead in the sciences. Every day we are producing graduates. We are producing graduates from homes where people have not even finished, their parents have not even finished school. And here you have somebody with a BSc honors, a doctorate in engineering, a medical doctor coming from those communities. It's incredible. So just on that score, I think that we sometimes don't give ourselves sufficient credit for how far we've come. We've got a long way to go, let me not be misunderstood. Very, very long way to go, but I think we have done phenomenally well as a country with all our challenges in place.
Thank you very much. The second one would be, if you are appointed, what would be the innovative means that you would adopt to promote public awareness and access to human rights?
Thank you very much once again for that interesting question. And it's a very difficult question for me to respond to because, to be honest, I don't know what is in place at the moment at the Commission in this regard. So I would want to spend some time to study that. Of course, digital platforms are very, very important, particularly to young people. And these would need to be part of the package that they employ to reach out to people. But I have to say that I am no expert on communication myself, and I would like to hear from the experts what is possible and how best they think we should be proceeding in this regard.
Thank you very much. The last one is that how would you handle the complaints that may be potentially politically sensitive or otherwise controversial in the light of your understanding of the role of the Human Rights Commission?
Thank you, Honourable Member. This is always very, very tricky, of course, and that's why it's so important to think about why it is that the Constitution itself provides that Chapter 9 institutions have to be independent. They have to operate in an unbiased fashion. They have to operate within the tenets of the Constitution and the law. And certainly, very importantly, members of the Commission must behave in a way that does not undermine the integrity of the Commission. And so in whatever you do, in those very difficult circumstances, one has to be able to firstly sleep at night, and secondly, make sure that whatever the outcome, that it is fair and just. There's always a winner and a loser, and one would hope that because of the reasons that you provide for your actions, people would understand the objective facts and the approach and understand it to be unbiased and done without fear or favor.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chairperson. That was the last question.
Thank you very much, Honorable Jele. Honorable Musane.
Thank you very much, Chair, and greetings to you, Ms. Chokhan. With the very limited time that I have 3 questions, and I request that you just answer them briefly and to the point, ma'am. As you may be aware, how minimum is the youth representation in institutions such as this one, with also the generational gap that is too huge? How do you plan on bringing knowledge and interest of the South African youth in the human rights space? And what innovations would you wish to introduce in this human rights space if you are appointed?
Thank you very, very much. One of the things I think we absolutely need to do is to target the youth in terms of the mandate of the Commission to promote the culture of human rights. One of the ways to do that is to work within the schooling environment and develop innovative partnerships with schools, with teachers, to perhaps even integrate into the curriculum aspects of human rights and values that pervade our Constitution and our Bill of Rights. They're myriad of creative things that can be done, including developing art competitions, essay writing, and so on. But overall, I think you're quite right in your assertion that the youth have to be brought on board if we hope to cultivate a human rights culture in the country.
Honorable Musane, we can't hear you.
Thanks, Chair. What innovations would you bring apart from school? As you may know, that not every youth is currently in academia or involved in school.
Yes, as I mentioned, one of the platforms that the Human Rights Commission could employ would be digital communication. When we were in Home Affairs, one of the things we wanted to cultivate was a culture of registration, particularly amongst young parents, registration of their young children. And we partnered with SABC's production of Isidingo, for example, to bring to the fore and highlight this aspect, and with huge results, I must say. So those kinds of creative measures would be something that I would like to explore as well.
Okay, if you are appointed, you'd have to lead other people. How would you describe your leadership style, and just one program, very briefly, that you've led successfully and you'd be so proud that it benefited South Africans maximally?
So I am very much a collaborative leader. I like to work with people because I think everybody has ideas that are valuable, particularly in times of crisis. One program that I led with that I'm very, very proud of as the Deputy Minister of Home Affairs, one of the things that I was most dismayed about was the prevalence of young people in xenophobic attacks, where you saw them looting spaza shops, etc., children in uniforms even. And I partnered with many of our struggle veterans, people like Mama Sophie de Bruyn, Comrade Isucheva, Amit Kathrada, Sarah Carnison, the late Sarah Carnison. These are all stalwarts of our struggle for liberation. And we went to schools and we devised what is called a good citizenships program, where these stalwarts were introduced to the kids as role models, and they learned about their life history, their struggle credentials, and what are the values that guided them as young people as well. And so they were adopted by different schools as role models, and hopefully that instilled in them a sense of the values of our Constitution, but also the values that drove these young people as they were then into the struggle for a democratic South Africa.
Which supporting skills do you think are most important when it comes to effective leadership of an organization such as the South African Human Rights Council?
When you say supporting skills, what do you mean?
Skills that will help you achieve your destiny, what you feel that needs to be left behind after you leave the South African Human Rights Council, your goal?
So I think that as a person, I've grown in these many years, certainly within the political environment. One has to, especially as a chairperson of a portfolio committee, work with people of different parties, with different backgrounds, and try and bring to bear the different energies that pervade in a portfolio committee towards a positive goal. And very often that means trying to balance competing interests. And I find that in doing so, you actually make a great deal of progress. You may not get ideal outcomes, but you do move forward. And in moving forward, of course, there's a lot of worth in that. So my skills at trying to bring people together, bearing in mind, of course, that the Human Rights Commission acts as a body of commissioners, of people who have to agree to programs, who have to agree on how we approach things and so on. And I think for that reason, I would excel in that kind of environment.
Do you think enough is being done to protect human rights of refugees in South Africa?
Thank you very much for that question. I was delegated since 2011 to deal with refugee issues in Home Affairs. The question that you ask is whether enough is being done to deal with refugee rights in South Africa. I must say to you that South Africa is one of the only countries that I know of that signed the Refugee Convention without reservations. Most other countries that signed the Refugee Treaty have signed it with reservations on freedom of movement in particular. You would know that on the rest of the African continent, refugees are kept in camps. South Africa doesn't do that. South Africa doesn't stop people who claim asylum at our ports of entry from entering the country. Many countries, including in the West, stop asylum seekers at the ports of entry. Asylum seekers in South Africa can move about freely. They are able to be employed. Refugees have essentially the same rights as citizens.
Can you round up, Ms. Johan?
I certainly will, Chairperson. Refugees have the same rights as citizens in this country, except that they can't vote. So every other right is available to people who have refugee status in our country. And so to the extent that that is the case, I do think that we have a fairly generous offering as far as refugee rights are concerned in South Africa.
Thank you, Ms. Johan, and thank you, Chair.
Huh? Why?
Thank you very much, Honorable Janji.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be quick. Ms. Fatima Johan, I'm going to use your title that you gave us when you started, Mother of the Constitution. And perhaps you can give us some more insights on that. When you were doing that and drafting that constitution, you thought about a section that deals with appointment of commissioners. You remember that section?
Yes, Honorable Judges.
What is it?
There is a provision there that says that commissioners have to be South African citizens, if I remember correctly. They have to be fit and proper persons to hold office. They must have a record of promotion of human rights. They must have applicable knowledge and experience of human rights. And I think there might be one more, but I'm not sure.
Okay, thank you. We'll come back to that. I'm particularly curious about how you wrote the words about who you referred to women and men. Why did you refer to women and men and not persons in that section?
To be honest, I can't recall that section verbatim, Honorable Judges.
And let me be generous. It says the public protector and members of any of the commissions must be a woman or man who's South African, as you said, who's fit and proper, who's this and so on. I'm particularly interested why the phrase woman and man. Why did you not say it must be a person who's South African, fit and proper?
Yeah, I think that would have been a better wording, to be honest.
So you attach no significance. Was just an issue of English or language? Wasn't there a significance for why the emphasis on women or men?
I doubt very much that that was the case. And remembering, of course, that different sections in the Constitution were actually prepared by different committees at the time. And so you'll find that there are differences in styles in the language used. And so you'll probably find other sections where it talks about persons or South African citizens and so on.
That's fine. Let me be generous again, because that is consistent throughout, even in the appointment of judicial officers, it is there. Would I be correct if I say that is aimed at addressing gender equality?
It's very possible, certainly in relation to judicial officers, there was this huge focus at the time on the transformation. It still is on the transformation of the judiciary. And so there probably was that underpinning. But if we were to consider that women and men in today's context would be exclusionary to certain genders, your trans community, for example, may consider that would be exclusionary, and I doubt very much that was the intention.
Walk us through what you shared about a fit and proper. What went into the mind of the drafters about the fit and proper commissioner? What is a fit and proper commissioner?
I think they were trying to find words that kind of captured somebody who was upstanding in the community. At the time, I think it's not necessarily, you would imagine that fit and proper could mean different things to different people. And I would imagine that fit and proper gave sufficient scope for people like yourselves who are interviewing candidates to probe different aspects. One of the things would be your value system. It could also be whether you were, a habitual insolvent, whether you loaned, you owed money, whether you are a habitual criminal. All of those things would come into play, but also it would also depend on what you're looking for the position. So in terms of how the person conducts themselves, generally is also something, a demeanor could also be something that you would consider under fit and proper.
Thank you. Let's pause there. So is Ms. Fatima Chohan a fit and proper candidate in front of this panel?
I certainly hope so, Honourable Member.
Why? I need to be.
I'm sorry, I interrupted you, I think.
Elaborate.
Yes, thank you very much. Well, I have lived my life with, I think, some decorum. I certainly do not live a lavish life. I'm not a habitual drunk, and I do not hold a criminal record. And in everything that I do, I try and be balanced. I try and live out the creed of our Constitution in my everyday life. So in that striving, I hope that the one word that would capture me would be decent.
Thank you. Let's proceed. I heard you earlier on referring to the annual report of the commission, which means you have taken time to research and go through the activities of the commission. In that space, as you did that, let's share with the panel one thing that stood out as a major challenge that you picked up, and what will be your plan for that particular issue. Now, Fatima Chohan from a distance, looking into the South African Human Rights Commission.
Yeah, thank you so much for that question. Yes, I did do some research, and I looked at the last annual report in particular. And one of the things I picked up along the financials would be that...
Why are you making this noise outside of my house?
I'm sorry, Fatima Chohan. Chair, please ask Glenys Breitenbach to have his dogs behave, her dogs behave.
Her mic is muted. I don't know why you can.
It's not muted. Go ahead, Honorable.
I think, honorable members, let's ensure that we don't affect the decorum of these proceedings. Proceed, Honorable Chohan.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I was just mentioning that one of the things that struck me in the annual report was that there were audit findings, and from the previous auditor's report, only 81% of those audit findings have actually been dealt with by the time the current annual report was drafted. And I think therein lies a huge challenge. As much as there is an unqualified report and has been for a few years, it's very important that when auditors find or make findings, that those are addressed within the period of the reporting year. And when only 81% of them are dealt with, this should give some cause for concern, although I must say the annual report was not clear as to why it is that the entire 100% was not dealt with. There may be exigencies that they've had to cope with.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chohan Kota. Thank you for availing yourself to be interviewed for the position of Commissioner of the South African Human Rights Commission and possibly Deputy Chairperson of the South African Human Rights Commission. As I've indicated earlier, that we have asked for your for your fingerprints. We are still awaiting for the screening report. So once that has been concluded, then we will deliberate and take the report to the National Assembly. Hopefully you will hear soon who has been appointed to the South African Human Rights Commission. One question that I have, did you find the process to be fair? Did you find the questions to be fair?
I found the process to be free of fear or favor, without prejudice, and in accordance with the law and the Constitution, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Johan Kota. Members, let's have a 2 minutes break to allow the next candidate to come in. Thank you very much, Honorable Johan.
Thank you to you and to honorable members, Mr. Chairperson. All the best.
Thank you very much.
Chairperson, before the 2 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
I just want to say to Honorable Musana that coming in, I personally didn't like her statement to say that our blood pressures should be down now. That is out of order.
Honorable Mfukeng, can we deal with this matter at the end? Can we deal with it at the end of the meeting? You note it, can you deal with it at the end of the meeting?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, it's 10 past now. Is the other candidate in already or is he still connecting?
The candidate is connected.
Is connected.
How many are left?
Quite a few. But can we have a 2 minutes comfort break? Can we come at 13 minutes past 12 so that we can generate, deal with our nature? Thank you very much, honorable members. I think the next member is Honorable Hubert. Am I correct? The next candidate is Mr. Hubert. Thank you very much, Mr. Hubert. Are you in? Can you see your face? There's a hand, Honorable Bredenbach. Is it a new hand or an old hand?
Well, it's an old hand for a new purpose, Mr. Chair. I need to disclose that I know Mr. Hubert quite well, and that he serves on the Federal Legal Commission of the Democratic Alliance with me. I believe I can bring an independent mind to the process, but I do know him.
Thank you very much. Any other declaration? None. Thank you very much. Can we see Mr. Jacobus? Where is the candidate? Committee Secretary, where is the candidate?
Chair, today is just around the system, but it's all right.
We can't hear you.
You can see his face now, the candidate.
You can see his face?
Yes, Leonardus Jacobus, yeah, there he is.
Where is the face?
On my side, I can't see him.
Ask him to speak.
See any face as well.
Yeah, can you switch on your video, Mr. Jacobus?
No, Chair, you can only see him if you press on where everybody appears. Full screen.
Gallery view.
So everybody can see him?
Yes, Chair, except to call Angola now, I think it's in for a workshop.
I think if he says a word, he will appear. If he can
Yes.
just say one word.
You're right, Tebi. Let him speak, Chair. Let another speak.
Mr. Jacobus, good day. How are you?
Honorable Chair, I'm very well,
Yeah.
thank you.
Finally, now we can see you.
I appreciated Mrs. Breitenbach saying that she knows me, but you also know me. We served together in the Portfolio Committee up until 2009. Must have been very quiet if you don't remember me.
Yeah, no, I think I'm becoming too old. Pardon me. Yes, I think I have to declare that we served together until 2009 in the Portfolio Committee of Justice and Constitutional Development. Thank you very much, Mr. Hubert. Good morning. And thank you also to Honorable Msane for guiding me. I honestly could not see you. Mr. Hubert, can you tell us about yourself, or who you are, your values and your experience? Why should we recommend that you be appointed as a commissioner of the South African Human Rights Commission?
Thank you, Chair. May I first of all say good afternoon now to the ladies and gentlemen of the committee. You really bring Parliament to the people today. I sit here in my little town of Volksrust and I can see you guys there. I'm Len Hubert. My Zulu name is Inkomi Ahlaba. and I practice as an attorney here in Volksrust. And yes, my whole adult life I have been serving people, and even as a practicing lawyer, it is a privilege for me to serve people on all aspects. And lawyers really have the privilege of dealing with other people's rights. I have a friend, colleague, who says, we are in the trouble business, other people's troubles, but I like helping other people. Now, as far as my record is concerned, apart from my legal work, I have also been involved in other matters. I think I said it in my resume that I had a school, when I had a farm, I had a school on the farm for all the neighborhood. So it's supporting basic education. Then something you will probably remember, in 2008, we abolished the old divorce courts. And instead we gave the regional courts civil jurisdiction, which we all welcomed because it was bringing the courts to the people. But then when the minister promulgated the regulations, he only gave certain regional courts civil jurisdiction. In our case, the nearest one was 150 kilometers away in Uganda. So I started canvassing to get the will of the lawmaker was to give all these courts civil jurisdiction. And I'm glad to say that now in October, it was announced in the Government Gazette that all the regional courts now have civil jurisdiction, so we don't have to go other places. Then when I was in Parliament, I had a private member's bill to protect RDP houses from execution steps. The bill was unfortunately not approved, but the intention was there to help those people. Then I also am involved locally in the old railway houses. Volksrust used to be a very prominent railway town, and we have about 100 houses that still belong to the railways. But the town's railway station was closed down in about 1993, and these houses have not been attended to since. And we are now trying to get these houses so that people can live here. You can imagine 100 houses, 5 people per house, average 500 people. Then we also have the old hospital that was converted into a sort of old age home for poor people. It burned down last year, not all of it, practically half of it. So and it belongs to the municipality. We are now trying to get the thing going back again and to accommodate these old people. These are just things that I can quickly think of. If you ask me specific questions, I'll gladly reply.
No, thank you very much, Mr. Hubert. Do you have a criminal record?
No, I get people out of prison. I don't go in there myself.
Were you ever declared to be insolvent at any time of your life?
No, never. Not yet.
Thank you very much. Do you know the salary of a commissioner or a deputy chair of the South African Human Rights Commission?
No, I don't have an idea.
For a deputy chairperson, it's 1.2, and then for an ordinary commissioner who's full-time is 1.118. Do you have a problem with that kind of a salary?
No, it's more than adequate.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Dupree. Can I note hands from other members? Honorable Breitenbach, is that an old hand or a new hand?
New hand, Mr. Chair.
New hand. Can you start?
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, sir. I have two questions for you. The first is, and please take note that I'm an admirer of brevity. Why do you think that the Constitution requires that the Commission be both independent and impartial? And why is there such a lot of protection for the independence of the Commission?
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I think it is very important because all the Bill of the Rights in the Bill of Rights, if to follow them, you need to have independence, because some of the times you'll have to step on the toes of other people in important positions, and you have to be independent to be able to do that. What was the other part of the question?
I know you've answered it adequately. Thank you. The second question is, if you are appointed, what legacy would you want to leave?
There are a number of things that I would like to see. First of all, I think the housing in South Africa has to be improved tremendously. The other day, I had to take a roundabout through a little town called Brighton, and I was really surprised to see the poverty and absolute lack of housing people had in that little town. And that's not an exception, it's actually the rule. So one of the things that I would really want to make is to improve housing. The other thing I mentioned in my motivation was that I still have ties with agriculture. And you know, about 20% of the population live on farms. And if we can improve, and they still don't have what you can call a human rights culture on the farms. If I can do something there, and you can reach 20% of the population, I think that will be quite a legacy.
Thank you very much, sir. I'm done, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Breitenbach. Honorable Swart.
Thank you, Chair. Morning, Mr. Joubert. And I also need to declare that I served with Mr. Joubert on the Justice Portfolio Committee. Morning to you, Mr. Joubert.
Good morning, Mr. Swart.
I think Mr. Swart is an ancestor of this committee.
Together with the chairperson himself. I would like to ask you, given the experience that you had when we were on the Justice Committee together, the challenges that the Human Rights Commission faced then and is to a certain degree still experiencing in fulfilling its mandate. There are certain challenges which I'm sure you're aware of, such as capacity, such as budgetary constraints, such as a footprint across the country. What would be your suggested changes to improve the constraints that the Human Rights Commission faces? How would you, should you be appointed, how would you address those issues? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Swart. It's a tough question because it involves money, and we know what the situation with money is at the moment. I don't want to be the Minister of Finance or any of these advisors at this point in time, because most of these things need money, but there are things that don't really need money. To have respect for human rights is not necessarily a money thing, but to do the training for certain people and to do the observance and so on does take money. So let's except that we at this point in time don't have additional funds available. So I think we must just put effort into those things where we can make a difference without having to spend lots of money.
Thank you. You'd also probably recall, and it's an issue that is still one of the challenges in terms of Section 184(3) of the Constitution. Every year, organs of state departments must submit reports on socioeconomic rights, housing, healthcare, food, water, social education, and environment. What would you suggest should the Commission do once they've forwarded those reports and they don't get any response, both from the departments, well, firstly from the departments, whether it is a response from the reports or a response from rulings that they make against departments? You recall the complaints we used to get from the Human Rights Commission. And what would you do as a commissioner, and how could Parliament assist in that regard?
Thank you. The Commission has the power to do certain things. And I think maybe this is the problem at the moment, that they don't really exercise those powers. But the problem is that it is such a wide field that they have to cover. So I would suggest that we focus on the important ones first and get them fixed.
Would you also suggest, as a lawyer, that more should be made use of litigation where necessary, whether it is where necessary to establish jurisprudence when it comes with the Human Rights Commission and the executive, for example?
I think maybe to make an example, one should become thinking along those lines. I'm not aware of any cases where the Commission tried to force a department or somebody like that through the court procedure. But maybe once you start with that and they see that we are serious, then you probably have results from that. But ideally, one shouldn't have court cases between different spheres of government.
Yes, clearly it costs a lot, and it does, but it could be a last avenue. Would you, I don't recall us ever giving a report from the Human Rights Commission that the subpoena powers, they might well have been used, I'm sure they haven't, but would you suggest as a last resort, obviously one wants to mediate and speak, but the subpoena powers could be used as well for compliance sake when it comes to the executive?
Yes, as a last resort, I think we can.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Mr. Hubert. Wishing you well. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Swart. Honorable Mola.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings, Mr. Yeah.
Mr. Hubert.
Mr. Hubert, yeah. I was trying to pronounce it properly. My first question is on social cohesion vis-a-vis the role of the Commission. The question is simple as that: does the South African Human Rights Commission have a role in the promotion of social cohesion in the country?
Yes, I think so. It's at the root of everything. The whole thing boils down to human dignity. And if that's the cornerstone, I think, of the whole thing, that together with equality and freedom. You follow what I mean?
All right. The second question would be that in South Africa, there seems to be a wide critique against the South African Human Rights Commission. The critique is based on it being alleged of not maximizing its own effort in the promotion and the protection of human rights in the country, and it being not too much accessible and visible for the people of South Africa. In your own view, do you think this comment is justifiable and fair?
So I think the problem is we still don't have a culture of human rights. It is now, last year, 70 years that the United Nations accepted the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And even after 70 years, we still have so many countries that do not really have a good human rights record. So I think given time, I think if you take it from where we were until now, we've made big advances. But I agree with you, it's still a question of perceptions, and the culture has not settled yet.
All right. What do you think the South African Human Rights Commission must do to improve coordination and cooperation with other Chapter 9 institutions and the civil society in general? And how is this coordination and cooperation so very much important?
All the Section 9, Chapter 9 institutions are important, but they have different roles. We do have closer relations with some and not so close with others. But the whole idea is to have relations with any instance that can assist in achieving our role of creating better human rights and more equality and freedom.
Yeah, thank you for the precise and brief questions to the point. The last one would be, our human rights are granted by the Constitution in Chapter 2. But in the same chapter, Section 36 is a provision that limits the rights that are granted by the same Constitution. And it says they are limited in accordance to the law of general application, to an extent that the limitation must be reasonable and justifiable. So the question is, what in your view becomes a justifiable and a reasonable limitation of a human right?
Well, first of all, it will have to be in terms of a rule of law, and there are certain qualifications that that Section 36 has. For example, you have to look at the nature of the right, the importance of the purpose of the limitation, the nature and extent of the limitation, the relation between the limitation and the purpose. Excuse me.
So it looks like I still have time.
You do. You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, no, I've gotten an excess of one question. What is the role of the deputy chairperson of the commission? And why is the appointment of the deputy chairperson important for the operations of the commission?
Well, as all deputies, the deputy will have to stand in for the chair if the chair is not available. I've not studied the position of the deputy really, but that's the general position.
No, that's fine. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mola. Honorable, I think, honorable members, can we ensure that we lower our hands when we have asked questions? Honorable Jele.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, Mr. Yube. I have three questions for you this morning. The first one is, what do you think are some of South Africa's achievements in enhancing human rights?
I think there's still a long way to go, madam. But even the background we have, I think we did make lots of movement, but we still have a long way to go, especially in the rural areas.
Okay, are you done?
Yes, that's what that's my reply.
No, thank you very much. So the second one will be, there has been, you have mentioned also your dissatisfaction when it comes to the issues of housing, that you would love to get the opportunity maybe to do something when you come in, if you happen to be appointed. And then also, I think there has been, you are aware that it's not only the issues of housing. People have been reporting to the media instead of reporting their matters to the human rights. So my question would be to you, what would you do in order to assist the Human Rights Commission in making sure that people get access? And then also in terms of awareness of this commission, what would you do when you come in?
Madam, I think at the moment there is not enough communication between the commission itself and ordinary people like myself. I don't even know how to contact the Human Rights Commission. I have to go and find out how to do it. So I think if we start on that, to make people aware that the Human Rights Commission are there to assist. We have to build a culture of human rights, but we have to have that interaction between the man in the street and the commission.
Thank you. The last one now would be, you know, we are living in a very, very political charged situation in South Africa. But I just want to know, if you happen to be appointed, how would you handle complaints that may be potentially politically sensitive or otherwise controversial, in line with your understanding of the role of the Human Rights Commission?
Thank you, madam. As I said in the beginning, I'm in the trouble business, so I can handle trouble. But the way to handle trouble is not to confront people, but to try and find other ways of getting around the issue that is the elephant in the room. So my first effort will be to find reconciliation. And only in a last resort, one would use the powers that the commission has in its act.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yobe, for answering my questions. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you very much, Honorable Maseko Chele. Honorable Mfuke.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good day, Mr. Hubert. My first question will be, what is your understanding of the role of the South African Human Rights Commission should play in supporting the parliamentary process? And what is the role of the National Assembly in supporting the South African Human Rights Commission?
Okay, first of all, the Human Rights Commission has to report to Parliament at least once a year, if I remember well. And then it is also dependent on Parliament for certain things. Even its budget is approved by Parliament. We heard that we have constraints in that respect, but it's a two-way traffic between the Human Rights Commission and Parliament.
Thank you very much. The South African Human Rights Commission Act states that the Commission must develop and conduct information and education program. Do you believe the Commission is sufficiently active in this area? What will you do differently?
Yeah, you're not the first one today to ask me what will I do if I become a commissioner. I don't want to be. I'm not really qualified to answer positions as what will I do when I'm there. But what I can say is that the Commission has done well. We followed it from the time of the previous chairperson was Mr. Jody Collipin, who became a judge later on. And I appeared before him in High Court, and I must say he's probably the most human judge that I've ever seen. So from that time until now, unfortunately, I don't think we have improved much. Maybe it was Mr. Collipin's ability to deal with people and to convince people. I don't know whether you got that.
Thank you very much. March is celebrated as a Human Rights Month. What can be done by the South African Human Rights Commission to combat scourges such as racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia and related intolerances, as well as gender-based violence and femicide, which are undermining South Africa's human rights culture?
Yes, much can be done, but much has been done. I think the publicity that's been given the last couple of days, specifically with Umzile Ngamanuka's press coverage, what she did there in the United Nations, that sort of thing makes people aware. And I think the most important thing, and it doesn't cost much money, is to make people aware of their rights, because once you're aware of your rights, you can ensure that other people don't infringe on it.
Thank you very much. And the last one will be, what suggestions do you have to improve the public understanding of the role of our Chapter 9 institutions?
Yeah, well, we have a number of Chapter 9 institutions, but I think, from my point of view, the human rights one is the most important one. So I would try and focus on the Human Rights Commission and get people to understand what it would have been if we didn't have a human rights in this country. And how many rights do we have? Something like 27 in the Bill of Rights. And if you take each and every one of those rights and you make it your own, then the country will be totally different.
Thank you very much, Mr. Joubert, and thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mfokeng, Honorable Msana.
Thank you very much, Chair, and afternoon to Mr. Joubert. I have 3 questions and would request that you answer them very briefly, but to the point. As you may be aware, how minimum is the youth representation in institutions such as this one, and the generational gap is too huge. How do you plan on bringing knowledge and interest of the South African youth in the human rights space, and what innovation would you wish to introduce in the human rights space if you are appointed? I heard that you just said you do not wish to say what would you do when you get there. However, I think this panel would be very interested.
Thank you, Madam. I think maybe it's a lack in our Bill of Rights that we don't address the youth specifically. It's part of another rights that we deal with that. So I think maybe we should look at specifically addressing the rights of youth, and children is already covered in the Child's Act. But as youth, I think we should address it separately. And I think it's important because that's the future of the country. We can't get adults to accept things if we did not try and make them accept it when they were young. So that's the breeding area for human rights. Sorry, I can't hear you.
And what innovation would you bring into this space if you are if you become a commissioner?
As I said, I would like the youth to be a separate human rights address in the Bill of Rights.
Okay. If you are appointed, you would have to lead others. And how would you describe your leadership style? And can you provide us with just one example where you have led successfully and you would say that your leadership benefited South Africans?
Madam, I've been in leadership positions as from school days. I was a prefect in the school and so on. I was a rugby captain too. I was a member of parliament like you. And all that concerns leadership. So it depends on the situation. But a leader is sometimes made and sometimes it's just thrown on top of you. But I've always done my best to lead from the front.
So you would say that being a member of parliament, for example, like you mentioned, is one successful leadership that you've done that would have benefited South Africans?
Yes, you would know to get where you are now, you had to go through a process, and it's not an easy process. But I've done other positions as well. I don't know whether you read my CV. I've been a director of companies. I've been chairman of a company, and all that is leadership.
Okay. Which supporting skills and why do you think are the most important when it comes to effective leadership of an organization such as the South African Human Rights Commission?
Well, first of all, you have to have an open door. You have to have an open mind. You have to listen to other people. Because if you don't understand what they want and what they need, you can't really help. So that's the most important aspect in my mind.
Okay. Do you think enough is being done to protect the human rights of refugees in South Africa?
The other day I heard on the news that we are, I don't know how many years behind in even going through all these applications. So then I must say that I don't think enough is being done. But I believe there's more money being made available. There are more personnel that will be appointed. Because you can imagine if you're a refugee, you're far away from home, you're not with your people, you're also a human being. So I think we must have more sympathy with those people. They're unfortunately not being appreciated as fellow human beings in our country.
Thank you, Mr. Jobert, and thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Msane. Honorable Nivote.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Hubert.
Good afternoon, Madam.
In your view, what are the critical human rights challenges that South Africa is currently facing?
I think the biggest problem still is to get the culture of human rights accepted. We have a nice Bill of Rights, we have a commission that does its best, but we still don't have the culture of human rights in this country. So that is the big challenge, to have it accepted as a culture. I think it's one of the aims in the Act as well.
Thank you. With the coronavirus pandemic, it placed a limitation on human rights in the interest of the greater good. Now, that puts a spotlight on the role of the state and the Human Rights Commission during the pandemic. In your view, what are the key human rights issues that emerged from this pandemic?
I think the limitations that were made were in accordance with Section 36 of the Act. Our movement was to a certain extent restricted, some to a great extent. Our rights to purchase certain things were also restricted. So I think if you look at it holistically, it was necessary under the circumstances. And it complied, I think, to the limitations in Section 36. Yeah.
Okay. Now, still related to the pandemic, what in your view do you feel whether? Wait, let me rephrase that. Do you think the Human Rights Commission addressed the issues, responded adequately to the COVID-19 pandemic?
To be honestly, I can't recall a response by the Human Rights Commission. But if it would have been controversial, I would have heard it. So I think they must have done the right thing.
Thank you. Now, each commissioner has a specific focus area. If you were to be appointed, can you give us 2 critical focus areas that you would like to see promoted and developed?
Yeah, thank you. I've already indicated agriculture. I think, I can't remember who asked the question. I think it was Mr. Breitenbach. But I want, if I can leave a legacy in the Human Rights Commission, it would be that agriculture has been converted to a human rights culture. That's the one. And the other urgent thing is housing. It's terrible. I live in a nice house, but it's terrible, and especially in this rural area, it's terrible to see what other people have to live with. And they accept it, which is not acceptable to me. So that would be really a first prize for me.
Okay, thank you so much, and thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Madam.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nivot Jahan. I had to move from where I was. It is terribly hot in Pretoria. Honorable Janji.
Well, it's raining nicely here in Cape Town, as you can see.
No, I must move. I must come back to Cape Town.
Our winter rains have started. Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Leonardus Hubert, can you share with us your understanding Of the section in the Constitution that deals with the appointment of commissioners. What section of the Constitution is that?
Section in the Constitution, I think it's 109 thereabout, but it's not only with human rights commissioners, it's with all commissioners of staff of Chapter 9 institutions.
That's very true. It's section 193. It's not 19, that's not 19, so it's very far from 19. It's section 193, and it specifically says the public protector and members of any of the commissions, as you indicated,
yes,
women or men, must be South Africans, fit and proper, and so on. Now, I want you, having been generous to you, to explain subsection 1, what it says to you. I'm curious to understand from you, why does the Constitution refer to women and men and not a person?
Yeah, I think it's to emphasize that it can be a woman and a man. It would be a disaster if the Human Rights Commission discriminates against women or men, for that matter.
Why did they not just say a person? Why this specific thing of a man and a woman?
I think it's more specific if you address it like that. But in the end of the day, if you interpret it, it would be the same, in my mind.
Okay, let's leave that. What's your understanding of a fit and proper commissioner?
Well, that's somebody who has no criminal record, no financial problems, and who has the ability to be fair and yeah, like you members of parliament have to be prim and proper people. So a commissioner has to have that same qualities, if not in a higher degree.
Is Leonardus Hubert a proper applicant to this panel? I'm coming to you now.
I personally wouldn't have applied if I didn't think I was not a proper person.
Why do you regard yourself as fit and proper, Mr. Hubert?
Because my whole adult life, I have been trying to do the right thing. I've never gone into any problems. I've never been arrested for anything. I've never committed any type of crime. I try to be fair to other people. I live by the Bill of Rights. I consider myself fit and proper.
Thank you. Subsection 2 of this 193 section talks about how we need to balance gender, race, and those kind of demographics in appointing a commissioner. Now, taking the fit and proper further, why would this panel recommend Leonardus Hubert above 3 other candidates who are white, who are male, of the same age, and same credentials of the passion on housing and so on? Why you? Why must we recommend you? What value do you bring to this Human Rights Commission?
I've indicated, well, I think a unique value that I can bring to the Commission is what I can do in agriculture. If you look at my CV, you'll see that I have served agriculture for quite some time at executive levels. So as I said, I want to make that my legacy. If I can bring agriculture around to human rights culture, then we have succeeded in improving 20% of the population. So that's a contribution, I think, unique in my case with my background, that I don't think any other candidate can bring.
Okay, thank you. Let's proceed to my last question, Chair. Now, you probably have prepared for this, and you would have gone through the human rights work and its reports. What did you find to be the one thing that stands out like a sore thumb which is a failure of this Human Rights Commission that you picked up? And once you indicate that, tell us how, if you're successful, you could fix that.
Now, so to be quite honest, I can't say that I picked up anything that stands out as a failure. If you help.
In other words, you are saying from a distance, this Human Rights Commission is good, it's perfect, it does its work competently and performs very well. Is that the indication I'm getting from you?
No, I think you're reading too much in what I said. I don't know of any failures on their side. But if you can help me in pointing out one, I will assist.
Well, I've already helped you, being generous. We can pause there. Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you, Mr. Hubert.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Janji, and thank you very much, Honorable Mr. Hubert, for availing yourself to be interviewed for the position of Commissioner and possibly Deputy Chairperson of the Commission. As you know that we had asked for fingerprints from all the candidates, so we are still awaiting for the screening report. Once that is done, then we will deliberate as the committee and make recommendation to the National Assembly. At that point, you would know who has been appointed to be full-time commissioners in the Human Rights Commission, and amongst them who would be recommended to be the Deputy Chairperson of the South African Human Rights Commission. If I may just ask you one question on Mr. Hubert, do you think that the questions and the process that was that we embarked upon was fair?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, this is the second time that I appear before the committee. Previous time was some time ago, and I must say, your committee did a very good job. The questions were to the point, they covered the whole area, and they were fair, although some tough, but I think it's quite fair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hubert. We wish you the best of luck, and thank you very much for attending this meeting and for availing yourself. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable members, who is the next candidate? I think it should be Ms. Vindu Vadelanka. Is she on the platform?
Yes, Chair.
Or she is on the platform. Ms. Vindu Laka, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you for inviting me for the interview.
Thank you very much. I must also say that I do know Ms. Vindu Laka.
Apologies, Chair.
Okay, Honorable
We
Msana.
still have Mr. Jobert on the line.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Msame. Ms. Hubert, can you leave so that we interview the other candidate? Okay, thank you very much. And I would like to say that I do know Ms. Vindulaka in her days as the CEO of the South African Legal Aid Board, and when I was still in the committee. That is to the extent of my knowledge and my relationship with Ms. Vindulaka. Honorable Breitenbach.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also just wish to declare that I do know Ms. Vindulaka, also in the capacity that you know her as a member of the committee when she was with Legal Aid South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Other members who would want to make declarations?
Chair, I don't think it's a declaration, but I wanted to check. We still have Miss Adams here on the list here. Can they check, because She has been here and we interviewed her too.
The different Adams.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Jay.
No, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, let's start. Ms. Vendulaka, we are welcome. And also, let's also apologize as we have apologized to other candidates. We were a little bit late. We were dealing with some logistical problems on our side, and thank you for your patience. And also would like to thank you for taking this opportunity to avail yourself after a good stint as a CEO of the South African Legal Aid Board. Ms. Vendulaka, can you tell us about yourself? What skills are you bringing to if you are appointed to the South African Human Rights Commission, your values and your experience? So why should we appoint you or recommend you to be a member of the South African Human Rights Commission?
Good afternoon, members of the committee, and thank you again for this opportunity to be interviewed. Honorable Chairperson, I feel the experience that I bring to this position, if I were to be appointed, links to my many years of service in the public sector, as well as prior to that in the NGO sector. I have over 25 years of experience at an executive level in the public sector, and the last 17 years in Legal Aid South Africa, which is the capacity in which I've encountered some of the members of this committee. With that experience, I believe I have the required skills and the competencies and the commitment to building democratic South Africa, which is what would be required in the post to if I were to be appointed as Commissioner of the South African Human Rights Commission. I have as an executive, I have experience in delivering services at scale, as demonstrated in the different jobs that I've held, as outlined in my CV and in the questionnaire response to you. I also have had experience in working with commissions. Previously, I was on the Commission on Provincial Government, as well as the National Development and Planning Commission in the 1990s. And I've served also as an executive director on the board of Legal Aid South Africa when the legislation changed. So with that experience, I have both executive but also oversight experience in terms of the work that I have done. In terms of the ability to deliver, I think that it links to my ability to look at the bigger picture as well as the detail in terms of implementation, which is essentially having a clear strategic vision and working towards that. More recently, in my work at Legal Aid, I also did a lot of work, and therefore I would bring that to this kind of position if I were to be appointed, is work on sustainability. And I believe a sustainability approach is critical in the world that we live in. And that essentially relates to being able to link the work that one does currently to the short, medium, and long term, and not only to look at short-term gain, to look at the involvement of all stakeholders that are important to the work of the particular entity. In this case, it would be the Commission, and to see how one would foster cooperative relationships with them, so that one could work together to jointly fulfill the common vision and and to deliver on the common values. I think that also in terms of a governance perspective, I have a very strong governance perspective that I would bring to a job like this, both in terms of oversight of the Commission itself, but also in terms of the Commission working in terms of accountability and reporting to Parliament and to the public of South Africa. In addition to that, I think that the work that I have done has helped me and equipped me to work in an era of technology, and with that to work with data-based and science-driven information gathering, research, and monitoring, which are all key requirements of the mandate of the Human Rights Commission. So I think those attributes would contribute to strengthening the work and to my contribution to strengthening of that work of the Commission. I think in terms of any of those particular things, I can elaborate for the committee if they would like that, or else I'll just pause for a moment there.
Thank you very much, Ms. Venduleka. Do you have any criminal record?
No, no criminal records.
Were you at any stage declared to be insolvent?
No, I have never been declared insolvent.
Do you perhaps know the salary of the full-time commissioner of the South African Human Rights Commission and that of the deputy chair?
I have looked at the remuneration of commissioners when I've looked at the work of the commission, and it's prescribed, as I understand, by what the Minister of Finance sets for commissions and boards. I haven't looked at the deputy chair.
Were you satisfied with the remuneration of the commissioners?
Yes, I am okay with that remuneration, and that is why I applied for this post, because I think that the work of the commission is very important, and to be able to make that contribution will be important.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Venduleka. I will now note hands from honorable members. Honorable Breitenbach.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Madam. I have two questions. The first is, why do you think that the Constitution requires that the Commission be both independent and impartial? And why is the independence of the Commission so protected? That one first, please.
I think that because of the fact that in a constitutional democracy, one has to ensure that one is able to deliver on the constitutional values as well as the rights, as particularly as enshrined in our case in the Bill of Rights in the Constitution. It is necessary for the Commission to be both independent and impartial. I think that if it were part of any of the arms of government, that would make it difficult for it to be able to fulfill its role, and that is why the Constitution sets out Chapter 9 institutions which have that specific role of having oversight and holding the different arms of government, in particular the executive, to account and to report on that oversight to the public. I think the importance of impartial is related to the fact that in delivering on the mandate of the Commission, it would be important for the Commission to be able to hear all sides and to investigate and understand all aspects and be able to report on that without being influenced or without taking a particular side in the case of especially where there are disputes, but also in terms of the way in which human rights is observed or not observed as required by the Constitution. So I think that the issue of impartial and independence relates to that. And in that sense, that is why the Commission reports directly to Parliament and not via any of the departments. Does the impartial part, is it covered, or were you asking something more specific?
No, I'm covered. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
The second question is, if you are appointed, what legacy would you want to leave?
I think that the work of the Commission is such an important, component of our constitutional democracy that for me, I would be very pleased if I would be able to be able to do at least two things. One is to improve the sustainability of the Commission in terms of its ability to continue its work now and in the long term, and be able to take a holistic approach in doing its work. So whether it's looking at monitoring and observing, or whether it's looking at redress, or whether it's looking at interventions, all of that should be done in a way which is holistic, but also taking into account the short and the longer term, and that in particular to work with the stakeholders and to work with communities to do that. Secondly, I would feel that I have done some of the work that was entrusted on me if I were appointed as commissioner, if I could improve the human rights culture in our country. And in that regard, I would say that we need to have some greater interventions, maybe at the level of schools, to influence younger minds, so that in the long term, we're changing the ethos by which our children think about rights and about human rights, about the obligations arising from those rights, and be able to then build a culture that is a human rights culture, which then responds to the issue of building social cohesion as is required in terms of government's own strategic priorities. So I think those are the two things I would be pleased to contribute to if I was appointed.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm done.
Thank you very much, Honorable Breitenbach. Honorable Mufokeng.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good afternoon, Ms. Vendulaka. I would like to start with a question because I realized that you had a relationship with Parliament as you work in the legal aid. What is your understanding of the role of the South African Human Rights Commission should play in supporting the parliamentary process? What is the role of the National Assembly in supporting the South African Human Rights Commission?
Okay, thank you, Honourable Member. I think that the role of Parliament, I think you're asking the question two ways. What is the role of the Human Rights Commission working with Parliament, and Parliament's role in terms of working with the Human Rights Commission, and in particular for the Human Rights Commission to contribute to Parliament being able to do its work. So Parliament is the supreme body in terms of oversight of the implementation of our constitution and all the laws that go with it, as well as it being the legislative arm, which is that it develops and approves legislation for implementation. So in that context, Parliament requires the support of the institutions as set out in the Constitution for it to be able to do some of its work. And one aspect of it relates to the monitoring of human rights, the development and attainment of human rights, as well as the promotion of human rights. And this all links to the whole commitment of government and of Parliament in this case to actually build the human rights culture and to build our constitutional democracy. So the Human Rights Commission, by undertaking its work to promote a culture of human rights and to promote human rights, it would contribute to building that aspect. Secondly, by its work in terms of monitoring the observance of human rights and the attainment of it, it will also be able to concretely determine whether actually one is making progress in the realization of the rights as set out in our Bill of Rights in the Constitution, and look at also mechanisms of redress where the rights are in violation between parties outside, as in between individuals or organizations or whatever. And lastly, in terms of the role, it would also, it's required to require organs of the state, which is the government departments responsible for implementing the rights as set out in sections 24, 26, 27, and 29. And in that way, be able to then assess whether those rights are being realized. Now, having done those things, it would have to report to Parliament so that Parliament could then assess whether it is making progress in the realization of rights and in building the human rights culture in our country. And if not, then look at ways in which one could improve on that. So that is the role of the Commission in working with Parliament. The role of Parliament.
Thank you.
All right, thank
you. March is celebrated as the Human Rights Month. What can be done by the South African Human Rights Commission to combat scourges such as racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerances, as well as the gender-based violence and femicide, which we know are undermining South Africa's human rights culture?
Yes. I think that the observance of particular days, and in this case, Human Rights Days, reminds us and and allows us to bring to mind of the people of South Africa the particular issues relating to those days and why those are significant. So I think that the observance of those days allows that focus and that attention. But specifically, I think in relation to responding to the scourges, I believe that there is a national action plan that is being developed, and as I read, I saw that the extent to which that is being implemented is in terms of building that social cohesion and responding to the issues of discrimination and xenophobia and violence and other forms of violence isn't going at the pace that is required. So I think that the Human Rights Commission should together with the Department of Justice, which I believe is tasked with coordinating that, work with other stakeholders, because I believe this has to be an approach, has to be a response rather, which is going to require government, civil society, private sector organizations to work together to look at ways in which one can address that. Specifically, the addressing also relates to the point we made earlier about changing the culture of human rights, that we need to improve that culture so that people understand rights and are able to respect them. In terms of the issues of gender-based violence and violence against children and all forms of violence, we also need to look at how one can improve the actions that are taken when those rights are violated. And in that case, it would be strengthening our justice system, and so that we could bring perpetrators to book and make sure that that kind of behavior is not tolerated. So I believe it requires a multi-pronged approach, both of information and education of the public at large, of working together to see how specific focus groups can be in a way targeted or focused on, so that one can intervene in relation to matters arising from them with respect to such matters, as well as to look at how one can work with bringing, when those rights are violated, to bring justice to people who are the victims of that kind of violence. So I would use that kind of mixed approach.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bedolaka, and thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mofuke. Honorable Jele.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Ms. Vendulaka. I have a question for you this afternoon, but my first question would be, if you are appointed, what innovatives means would you adopt to promote public awareness and access to human rights?
Good afternoon, and I think that in terms of the innovation required in terms of improving public awareness and sharing of information on rights would link to us ensuring, or the Commission ensuring, that it embraces the possibilities or the advantages of the fourth industrial revolution in terms of the digital platforms that that now become available more openly. So, and in doing so, one has to still be mindful, and I'll always be aware of that, is that it shouldn't be at the expense of a digital divide, which we know is very real in South Africa, which links to inequality that we have. So that I think that the opportunities created by that, however, can be used so that it influences and reaches people more broadly. But even in instances where, let's say, technology like computers and other things are limited, what one has seen in terms of research is that the extent to which South Africans have mobile phones is quite great. So one can still look at opportunities to link to people through that. Separately from that, I would also look at the platforms that we have, especially the radio and television platforms, but I think radio has the greatest reach. And importantly, to look at the issue of reaching people in languages that they can understand. So it would be African languages and African language stations that one would use more. So I think that in terms of the innovation, I would use that. And social media is a new thing in our country, actually, globally, and it has pluses and it has negatives. And I think negatives is the extent to which it can switch opinions, but the pluses is its reach. And I would also look at how one could use that social media to reach many more people, especially young people who we try to influence. So as far as innovation is concerned in terms of reach, I think that it's really the technology that's going to help with that innovation. But I think also I would like to see more, and I've read it, I haven't seen enough, is the issue of reaching children in schools. We all, when we were in school, we studied the, I'm not sure what they call it now, but right living and the equivalent of learning our constitution and values of our constitution, and that needs to be promoted more through the departments of basic education, especially.
Oh, thank you very much. And that's the second one that I would like you to just talk to it on the achievements, South Africa achievements in advancing the human rights.
You're asking what are the achievements we've already achieved?
Yes, the achievements South Africa already have, yes, on this.
Okay, so in my view, I think that South Africa is lauded as one of the countries that has one of the most progressive constitutions. And I think in relation to that whole idea of us having a constitutional democracy is paramount to me, that we have that. And we all know, whatever we may believe, we all know that that's our reference, that's our supreme law. And the Bill of Rights is very clear in its intent, in which it wants to improve the quality of life, the dignity, the equality, and to protect and defend the rights of all our people. So I think the Constitution is the first one. The Human Rights Commission itself is an important institution that South Africa has, which, as I understand, in terms of the way in which national human rights institutions are established, is graded at a high level of the level A, which means that it is independent, it is impartial, and it's able to do all the kind of work that would be required to also contribute to building that respect for human rights and a culture of human rights. So I think that issue of the human rights institution itself is important. Another aspect in terms of the human rights and as a country, us progressing in terms of human rights and the realization of it, I think is the proactive work of our judiciary, and especially our constitutional court, in terms of the way in which it's established jurisprudence which interprets the constitution and clarifies for government and for the public how one needs to realize this. And in that we talk about issues like the housing, the landmark housing judgment, where the realization of those housing rights on a progressive basis was guaranteed by that judgment. It's the rollout of the antiretrovirals case also. So that's that kind of jurisprudence that has been very important. I think that so those are the importance. I think that the fact that the South African government, the executive and parliament, the legislative and the executive arm have supported and worked with the human rights agenda and has committed to it in building its constitutional democracy is clear in also in terms of its legislation, in terms of the setting up of the commission itself, but also assessing the. You want me to stop? Okay.
I'm happy. I'm happy with that answer.
Right.
But last time is against me. My last question would be: how would you handle the complaints that may be potentially politically sensitive or otherwise controversial in your understanding of the role of the human rights?
Okay, I think that
Ms. Bindulaka, you have
yes.
1 minute to answer that question.
Okay, 1 minute. Am I being long? All right, my apologies. I think that for me, the clear reference is our constitution. So that whatever one has, and a commission in looking at its work must always make reference to the constitution and the rights and the values as set out in the constitution. Secondly, the way in which that needs to be handled is that all investigations, research must be data driven and be informed by a scientific approach, so that one can stand by what is being said or what is found, and therefore be able to explain and be able to then, without fear, be able to articulate what one is trying to put across. So I think that would be important for me, the reference to the constitution as well as being data-driven and science-based, so that even if there are different views on the same thing, one goes back to those two things to be able to then assess how one moves forward.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Jele. Honorable Velmani Votrahan.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good afternoon, Ms. Vindulaka. I'm not pronouncing your name, I'm finger spelling it, so it's my interpreter who is speaking. I hope you are well today.
Yes, I'm well, thank you.
Apologies, Chair, there's a bit of a technical problem. Okay, now we're back. In your view, okay, so in your view, what are the critical human rights challenges that South Africa is facing today?
I think that the key challenges that South Africa is facing in relation to human rights are the ones that are being complained about to the Commission, and as seen in terms of the Commission's reports. And I think prime in those are the rights relating to equality or inequality, as well as the rights relating to discrimination, and also the rights relating to the realization of Section 27 and other sections of the Constitution which set out socioeconomic rights. So I think that those are the rights that are being complained about. I think that as we see in our society, the issue of violence and violence relating to discrimination, hate crimes, xenophobia, and racism, those are also huge challenges that we face as a country, and those are challenges that we have to address, and that's what links to building the human rights culture. But I think that broadly speaking, as South Africa, it's the realization of the rights that are set out in the Bill of Rights, that becomes a problem. And when we have challenges like corruption that erode the state's ability to realize those rights, then that impacts those rights as well. So I think that for me, those would be the rights that are human rights challenges, that we have as a country.
Thank you very much. During this time of the corona pandemic, there has been a limitation on the human rights. And this has spotlighted the role of the government and the commission. So what are the key issues that have emerged, rights issues that have emerged during this period?
I think that there are a set of rights that relate to the issue of the lockdown itself and the curbing of civil liberties, which people have complained about in various ways at an individual level, and also those who believe that the lockdown is not necessary because of the collateral impact that it has on other things like the economic development. So there's the violation of those rights. That is the first. Then there is the issue in terms of this period of the pandemic, is the access to health facilities, and especially when one is at the peak of the curves that we've seen. So we've been through two curves, and the peak of those curves, the extent to which the health system in our country can respond to and provide the health service that is required in terms of support to those who are patients and who are needing health care, that has been a challenge. And I think that that is where the issue of managing that extent and the increasing infections, I think is something that the government is trying to manage. So I think that has been an issue. Then there's also the issues relating to specific groups who feel aggrieved in terms of the measures taken. For example, the issues relating to smoking, the issues relating to alcohol bans, etc. And I think that those have become specific, especially in terms of the arguments and counter arguments about whether there is a case or not for those to stay in place. And I think that those have emerged as issues where people have seen it as their rights being violated. But I think that the critical one really relates to civil liberties being curtailed by the lockdown, freedom of movement, freedom to gather and meet people, etc. And I think that relates to the safety of others, including your own. And I think one has to find the balance between the two, which is what government was attempting to do. So those were the rights as I see it.
Thank you so much. And then in your view, do you think that the South African Human Rights Commission responded adequately during this time of COVID and the lockdowns?
I think that I haven't, as a member of the public, I haven't seen sufficient responses from the Human Rights Commission to be able to say that they have or haven't. But I think that they have themselves reported an increase in the number of complaints. So I would assume that would mean that they are taking on those complaints and addressing them, because they have demonstrated a good ability to be able to take the complaints, investigate them, and respond to them. I think that the issue in relation to some of the details, no, I'm sorry, I actually haven't seen that, so I won't comment further on it.
Okay, thank you so much. If you were appointed to the commission, what focus areas would you like to develop and work on?
If I were appointed, I think, as I indicated in a previous response, I would like to increase the focus on the issue of sustainability. Because I believe that even the approach of building a human rights culture is a sustainable response to endemic issues of violence that our society faces. It's only when we can change that culture that and do that at a wide scale that we can change the behavior of people and society and individuals that can then understand rights, the protection of rights, the promotion of it, and the defending of it, that can build that culture which can respond to that kind of thing. So for me, a big focus would be sustainability. A second focus in relation to specific focus groups, I think, is the focus on the socioeconomic rights. I think having come from a background of access to justice, I understand that the rights as set out in terms of our Bill of Rights linking to the socioeconomic rights of health, housing, food, environment are important rights. And I would want to see how one could improve the monitoring of the realization of those rights to look at whether sufficient progress is being made so that one could engage with the departments as well as through Parliament's oversight of those departments to see how one could do better on those rights. So I would focus on those aspects.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Nivo Trahan. Honorable Kolangola.
Thank you very much, Chair. Please allow me to have my video off. I'm already making my way to Parliament. My first question, Chair, would be on. Am I audible, Chair?
Yes, you are.
Thank you. Would be on social cohesion. Does the South African Human Rights Commission have a role in the promotion of social cohesion in the country?
Yes, I think that definitely the Commission has a big role to play in promoting social cohesion because it's part of ensuring that people understand human rights and respecting and promoting and protecting each other's rights, but especially to then respond to the serious problems we have had arising from the lack of social cohesion, which are linked to violence and the related problems.
Okay. Well, it is common cause that the South African Human Rights Commission has largely been criticized for non-visibility, for non-accessibility, and maybe for it not maximizing its effort for the promotion and the protection of human rights. Do you think that this comment is fair and justifiable?
I think that all organs of government of state do receive criticism. When I look at the Human Rights Commission and I look at the budget that it has, which I believe in this year is going to be 200 million, its mandate by its own account and even by Parliament's account is fairly wide. And I think that the issue of then being able to respond and do everything that is required in terms of that mandate within that budget does become difficult. So one needs to then prioritize. And I think in prioritizing, it sets that out in its strategic plan, which is where Parliament can have a say if it wants to redirect its focus. Given the budget that it has, I think it is doing a fair amount of work, but I think one would have to look at ways in which one could improve efficiencies, if that was possible, and optimize engagements and working with other organizations so that collectively one could also do more and look at some kinds of ways in which one could use the money to leverage more action by working with others, in particular working with communities and civil society movements. So I think that it's a bit of both, and I don't think there's only one answer.
Thank you. It is inevitable that Taphana institutions and the civil society must have a proper coordination and cooperation. How can the South African Human Rights Commission improve this cooperation and coordination with other Chapter 9 institutions? And why is this coordination and cooperation so much important?
I think that the Human Rights Commission, as I've seen it, has the broadest mandate in terms of rights, and therefore, in looking at the other Chapter 9 institutions, especially those that are working on with rights-based issues like the Gender Commission and the Commission on Culture and Language and related rights, they do similar work. So they should be opportunities there to work together to see how one could do more together, and so use the budgets in that way more proactively. As an example, the issues that have been discussed through the course of this interview is relating to violence, and specifically gender-based violence. The Gender Commission would be having a big role to play. And so the Human Rights Commission would need to look at how it would work with them in building through the National Action Plan, the general social cohesion that one wants to build. So it's those kinds of opportunities that they would need to work on. And I think that in terms of the issue of the other Chapter 9 institutions like the Public Protector or the Auditor General, one would need to, they themselves have their own independent roles in terms of oversight of the work that is being undertaken by the especially the executive arm, and one would use the opportunity of the work they've done to extract that, to be able to say, well, this is where the realization of rights as envisaged in Chapter 2 are being realized or not, and what more could happen. So in a sense that those create opportunities for the Human Rights Commission to work with them to understand that, and also through all of that process, whether it's with the Gender Commission or others, is to reduce overlaps so that one then uses your money more efficiently and effectively. So I would see those as opportunities to work with Chapter 9 institutions, and it's very important for that to happen because of the fact that they all have a similar mandate in terms of the role that they play in the constitutional democracy.
Thank you. In terms of Section 36 of the Constitution, rights are limited in terms of the law of general application to an extent that the limitation must be reasonable and justifiable. To what extent do human rights, what is your understanding of a justifiable and reasonable limitation of a human right?
So I think that for me, in terms of the human rights angle, any of the rights as set out in Chapter 2 are not rights that can be limited by national legislation in the way in which they are framed in that chapter. So I would be guarding against that, any legislation attempting to do that. I think that what has been seen even in jurisprudence where courts have ruled on this issue of rights and the extent to which one can realize them or limit them is the issue of the progressive realization. And I think that is a subjective matter. Progressive realization of rights is a subjective matter, and it would require engaging on the parts of the different stakeholders, including the Commission with the department, to understand that and to unpack it. But ultimately, if that is not agreed, then the courts will be the arbiter on that as well. So one has that in the case, especially with our constitutional court, that we have that. So the extent to which that national legislation should limit it is it should not detract from the intent of what is set out in the Bill of Rights, especially its transformative intent. But beyond that, it should link it to the issue of the progressive realization linked to the resources and the capacity and the priorities of a government at a time.
Thank you. I will donate the remaining 2 minutes of my time to Honorable Gyangi.
You have none, Honorable Ngola. You are donating minus 2. Honorable Msana.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to Ms. Vedalanka. Sorry for that. I have 3 questions. As you can hear, the Chair is very strict on the time. If you can just be to the point and brief with the answers, Ms. Vedalanka. Which supporting skills do you think are most important when it comes to effective leadership of an organization such as the South African Human Rights Commission?
I think the skills that would be important from a commissioner point of view would be the strategic skills linking to setting direction and ensuring the fulfillment of the mandate on the one hand. The second would be an ability to interpret and understand the extent to which one is fulfilling that mandate. So the ability to hold the Secretariat to account and the work of the Commission to account in terms of being able to realize that. And then the important work of the commissioners is also the engagement with stakeholders and building, cooperative relationships. So the skills of building those kinds of relationships would be important. And clearly the issue of leadership would be important because the commission would be in a leadership role in many respects, whether it is in the eyes of the South African public in terms of leading on the matter of human rights and the realization of that, but also the commission itself, as in the commissioners in relation to its own entity and being able to ensure that it sets and inspires direction and confidence for the realization of its mandate. So those would be the skills. I'm trying to keep it brief. If it's not clear, please ask.
No, I'm fine. I'm covered. If you're appointed, you would have to obviously be a leader to other people. How would you describe your leadership style? And if you can tell this panel or give us an example of a program or let's just say a program that you have successfully led and you would say that it benefited South Africans.
So the example would be in terms of my leadership of Legal Aid South Africa. I was the CEO for 17 years. I'm linking the two, so I will respond to both parts of your question. And I think that the extent to which that was possible was because I believe in collective leadership. I believe that one needs to have and build a team where one brings in the types of skills that are necessary for the different facets of the work. And that was what led to the success of the work we did at Legal Aid. We transformed that institution to reach many more South Africans so that they were able to access justice. So I think that ability to build teams and to inspire the confidence and to build cooperation between them, between the team members to be able to deliver on the mandate would be a key part of what I would see as leadership and requirement and as part of what I believe I can bring to a leadership position.
What innovations would you wish to introduce in the human rights space if you get appointed?
I think for me, the most important that I would look at would be the issue of the extent to which we could use technology to become more effective and efficient, both internally and externally, in terms of doing the work better and doing it smarter and being able to get more out of the limited resources, but then the same being able to reach many more people to be able to change that culture of human rights, which is the core of the mandate, and being able to protect and provide redress when there are human rights violations.
Do you think enough is being done to protect the human rights of refugees in South Africa?
I don't know that enough is being done, I'll be honest. I think that we can do a lot more, and that relates to the way and our approach, I think, and our using a rights-based approach rather than a technocratic, bureaucratic response in terms of the way in which we address refugees and people who might be seen as illegal migrants in South Africa. And I think that relates to the way in which one, the reports one hears in terms of those camps that are being managed, as well as the way in which people are treated in terms of at our borders, or at when they are arrested or detained because of being illegals. We could do more from a rights-based approach. We still need a policy on that kind of matter, so that we would have to go back to that policy. But ultimately, rights is about dignity. It's about treating people fairly and equally. And I think that we must be able to do more of that.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Msana. Honorable Swart.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, Ms. Via-Delanca. I'm sorry, pronunciation, Via-Delanca. It's nice to see you again after many years at Legal Aid South Africa. The issues, I think you have touched on some of the issues I wanted to just chat to you about, given your experience with Legal Aid South Africa, but maybe you could just explain a little more to me. We know that the Human Rights Commission is facing a number of challenges, which are probably maybe similar to a certain degree with what Legal Aid South Africa faced with at a certain time in fulfilling its mandate. In particular, there is capacity constraints and there are budgetary constraints. How would you address those issues should you be appointed a commissioner, given some experience that you had in turning around Legal Aid South Africa? And I'm not saying that the Human Rights Commission is in the same situation as Legal Aid South Africa, but we all are aware of some of the constraints that are facing Legal Aid, the Human Rights Commission.
I think that good afternoon, and in terms of the Human Rights Commission, and I think how one would respond to some of the challenges it faces, it relates to the issues, and I think because a lot of many of those, let me say not a lot, many of those relate to resource constraints. It would be twofold. One would be the more, and this is what I felt that I learned from Legal Aid, that the more effectively one can run the organization so that it is seen to deliver on its mandate within a good governance framework, the more sympathetic the powers that are deciding on the resources are going to be to actually support the work of that commission or of that institution. So I think that I would look at that balance and see whether that is being done in a way which is optimizing that in terms of being able to leverage that, so that in looking at it, although the Human Rights Commission is doing well, because I have seen that even in this last financial year that it reported on, it still continued to have an unqualified audit. So that area is not a problem. The skills issue and the capacity issue, I think, is a challenge. And given the resource constraints, it talks to the freezing of posts. So one would need to look at how one would manage that and which critical posts one would continue to fill and which ones one wouldn't. But secondly, I think one would also have to look at the issue of focus. And that is why, because it's a broad mandate with a limited budget, one would continually do that and engage stakeholders in agreeing that focus so that there is buy-in on a program that the Human Rights Commission would want to implement. And that is the way in which one would move through and navigate that kind of situation where one would need to still build and strengthen capacity within the resource constraints that one has.
Thank you. You did touch on the issue of Parliament's oversight role and some of the relationships, but as you are aware, in terms of Section 184(3) of the Constitution, every year state departments are supposed to provide reports to the Human Rights Commission on a range of socioeconomic rights, housing, healthcare, food, water. How would you firstly deal with those departments that don't submit reports, or once they have submitted those reports and there isn't any follow-up from that regard? So it's almost and then secondly, the issue relates to findings against government departments that are not being complied with. Thank you.
Sorry, Honorable Swart, you were cut off for a few seconds. Do you mind summarizing the essence of your question, not repeating everything, the essence of your question?
My apologies. It was the relationship, the Commission vis-a-vis the executive when it comes to reports and then non-compliance with rulings that the Commission might make against the executive, and the role that Parliament can play in assisting in that regard.
As I've seen it, sorry, thank you. As I've seen it, that remains one of the big challenges that the Human Rights Commission has, is that being able to get departments to comply and then also be able to implement its recommendations. So my take on it would be that I would want to see how one could simplify the reporting and make it such that it would be and especially using technology that we have today to find mechanisms to keep to the key points and be able to gather it in a way that requires minimum effort from the departments. If necessary, to also look at when one could use the department's reports, like its annual reports, to be able to feed into gathering of that information. So it would be a combination of that to strengthen collection of information and reporting. I think that the issue really relates to being able to make sense of it and then make the recommendations. And as I said earlier in one of my other questions, that I really believe in a data-driven and a science approach to these matters. So one would link the responses or the recommendations of the Commission more clearly to facts and to data rather than to observations or anecdotal stuff, so that one strengthens one's ability to be more clear and to sort of hold one's ground. The issue really is the extent to which the legislation, that is the Human Rights Commission's legislation, allows it to do anything beyond engaging them, working with them, and showing them what is wrong, and then working with Parliament to get Parliament to hold them to account. And I think that's a challenge, but one would have to do more of that, and one would have to follow up more on that, both with Parliament and with the departments, so that one keeps at it. I believe that having worked for a long time in terms of managing institutions for delivery, that the more one has information, the more one has it open and available, the more one can hold people to account. So in holding that, having that kind of information and holding them to account, I think can help a bit. But I still believe there's going to be a challenge, especially when departments are not happy with the recommendations. And I think there the most important role is that of Parliament, because Parliament has that oversight role where it can play that role.
You have 1 minute left. You have 2 minutes left. You have 2 minutes left.
Just maybe as a last issue, I appreciate your response, and it is something we've wrestled with. But do you think the Human Rights Commission has enough teeth, and should it not, at a certain stage, after going through all the processes that you have explained, issue subpoenas or even litigate in circumstances, obviously bearing in mind there are financial constraints?
I think that the Human Rights Commission, in terms of its own legislation, doesn't have enough teeth to intervene and to take action against departments that are not meeting it. However, having said that, I think that in the end, one is building a constitutional democracy, as I said, and a big part of that is going to have to link to working and cooperating between departments and between different entities, both in terms of government, but also in terms of the constitution, since the Chapter 9 institutions are quite independent, and fostering that kind of relationship to be able to get to what one needs to. The political will, I think, is quite important, as we know and as you would know. And I think that is why Parliament's role in that, in terms of its own political will to do that. The issue of litigation between institutions I think I would approach with caution, especially, but I would be supportive of that where it relates to redress in terms of communities or people on specific matters. And the example would be, again, the issues relating to access to the socioeconomic rights in serious instances. For example, a fair rollout of vaccines would be a critical example of that. But one wouldn't litigate on every other kind of matter that one would presume that the health department would have to,
Thank you very
deliver
much.
on.
Thank you,
very
Chair.
much.
Thank you, Ms. Vierdelanke. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Swart, Honorable Janja.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick one so that I can assist you with your time. You've made reference to the Constitution before about references. I just want you to help us. What are the requirements that are imposed by the Constitution for the appointment of commissioners?
Okay, so the requirements in terms of as the Constitution sets out is the ones that relate to many boards, which is about the persons being in good standing, not having criminal records, being South African citizens in this case, and also having the sort of qualities that are required to promote the work of the Commission. So that's the ones that I can recall and recount for you for now.
What section of the Constitution is that?
I'm not exactly sure which section that would be in, but it would be part of section the 184, that's Chapter 9, where it talks to the establishment of the Commission.
That's fine. It's not in that. You will look.
It's not in that. Is that in the Act? Sorry, my apologies.
After the interview, explain to us what's your understanding of a fit and proper commissioner.
I think a fit and proper commissioner is one who doesn't have any criminal records, has a clear record in terms of being a South African citizen that is law-abiding and hasn't had any reputational damage that can work against the work of the Commission in terms of it fulfilling its own mandate. It might well be something that could be okay in another instance, but in the case of in the case of this institution, it would link to its mandate and being able to not have anything that would be a blight on that, and that would be fit and proper for me. Also one that doesn't have their own interests that would then be in conflict with that of the Commission.
Do you fit that description yourself?
I believe I do. That is why I applied for the job, but
why?
I think that is, I said, why do I fit it?
Yes, interesting.
Because I don't have any of those things that would detract from my ability to be a fit and proper person as a commission.
Okay. Subsection 2 of 193 in the Constitution speaks about how we need to balance gender and race. So in addition to being fit and proper, I want you to assist me with this scenario. I have 3 women. One of those is you, and 2 other young women of the same race, And I am looking at a combination of youth and women. Can you assist me? What should I do and what are the kind of motivations should I place to appoint a younger woman of those three?
I think that the issue of diversity is important in any institution, in any part of an institution. In the case of the commission itself, where you're looking at commissioners, one would need to look at that balance of different things, which in this case, you're talking about youth. It could be race, it could be skills. And so it would be dependent on that and what you have in front of you to see how best you can have that diversity in the commission. That's got a very important job to do in terms of the constitution.
Thank you.
So if it means that I'm the one that is least able to help you with meeting that diversity, then that wouldn't be the choice you would make.
Thank you, and thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chancha. Thank you very much, Ms. Vindolaka, for availing yourself as a commissioner and possibly as deputy chairperson of the commission. We have asked you to provide us with your fingerprints and the fingerprints of other candidates. We are still awaiting a screening report. Once that is done, then we will deliberate as the committee and advise the National Assembly that has to make the final decision and recommend to the President. So once that is done, then you would be advised accordingly. If I may ask you one question, do you think that the questions were fair? Do you think that the proceedings was done in a fair and legal manner?
Yes, Chairperson, Honorable Chair, I don't have any complaints about any question or any procedures.
Thank you very much, Ms. Vindolaka. We hope to see you again.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and thank you all to all the honorable members for this opportunity afforded to me. Wish you and the commission all the best.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks. The next candidate is Ms. Kwinana. Is Ms. Kwinana on the line? Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
I am.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kwinana. We will just shoot straight to start with you. Ms. Kwinana,
okay.
Good afternoon. I'm not sure whether other members are able to hear. Can you? Yes. Thank you very much. Your video is on. Thank you. We can now see you. Thank you very much, Ms. Kwinana. Can you tell us about yourself, your experience, your values, and why do you think you are the appropriate candidate to be appointed to the commission?
Yes, I am an attorney, and I was admitted on the 16th day of March 2000. I am a mother, and I would call myself a feminist and also an activist. I believe that I am the right candidate for this job because I believe in upholding the law, in also promoting and protecting the interests of human beings at large. I believe that as a woman, I have been a victim of abuse of human rights. And sorry about that. I just put them on silent because I forgot about that. I believe that as a woman and as well as a legal practitioner, I have found myself at all times having to ensure that human rights are observed in every situation. You know, it had to start from when I was a student in university, having to assert my rights, having to make sure that I am heard, and into the profession as well. That became even more difficult because I found that as a woman, you have to work twice as harder than men, and not even twice, maybe even more than that. And of course, when I also started practicing, I realized that rights of people were being trampled upon. And in those areas where I found safe, I would even avail myself to ensure that justice prevail, for the simple reason that I have a love for human beings. And not only that, I have been involved in 2 organizations that are very much interested in making sure that human rights are protected at all costs. South African Women Lawyers Organization is one of them. Also NADEL. And in both the organizations, we teach about access to justice. So I am very much involved in that. I go around the areas where I practice in different churches. I do that in schools, as well as in even just gatherings where people could be there for their social events. I have had an opportunity to be invited to a number of women events just for me to be able to talk to them. I mean, the other day, it was an event with regard to the celebration of Human Rights Day. And of course, not only were there women, but there were men, and of course, there were children. So we were able to teach more on human rights once more, even in that environment. We also go to schools. So most importantly for us is just education. Education is key insofar as human rights are concerned, because we realize that in most instances, it would seem that people are not really aware what is it that they need to protect and what is it that they should not, they should be, what is it that they should not be doing. You know, for one, the issue with regard to xenophobia, especially in the location where I practice, I realized that it would seem that people were not clued enough that, you know, even when you're a foreigner, you do have rights. Now, the fact that you are in South Africa and you are not born here, does not change anything. So we had to every time teach about that, and people were seeing the light and they realized that, you know, it's not the fault of whoever that has come across the border. Really, it was more about maybe service delivery, or it could have been about the fact that government was failing them insofar as houses, and not just government, maybe government officials, because then you would find a situation where houses are being occupied by foreigners instead of South Africans, and that also would then cause the turmoil in the area. And those were the issues that we had to find ourselves in mediation between the parties to try and make sure that peace does prevail at all times. So as a commissioner, I believe that more must still be done. Yes, I have seen that work has already been done, but I believe that we can do more than that. By being able to go to even the most remote areas, you know, where we see that service delivery is really not happening. And
Thank you very much. We
you.
have limited time. Do you have any criminal records?
Do I have any?
Criminal record?
No, I don't have any criminal records.
Were you at any point declared insolvent?
No.
Thank you very much. Do you know the salary or the remuneration of a commissioner or deputy chairperson of the South African Human Rights Commission?
No, no, I did not really have a look at that.
The salary for a deputy chairperson is 1.2 million, and the salary for a full-time commissioner is 1.118 million.
Right.
So now that you know, are you comfortable with that salary that you can leave your practice and go full-time earning that salary?
Yes, if I do get appointed, if you're of opinion that I have made a good impression and I'm a candidate that you are likely to work with, I would happily take that position, because for me, it's not really about the money, it's about making the difference in that organization. Having looked at the work that has been done, I just feel that I could be party to it, and I would be able to leave a legacy that a lot of people can really resonate with.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, questions? I have the following members: Honorable Bittenbach, Honorable Mufokeng, Honorable Ngola, Honorable Swart, Honorable Msane. Let's start with Honorable Bittenbach.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, good afternoon, Madam.
Morning, afternoon.
Hi. I have two questions for you. The first one is, what in your view is the reason for the Commission being required by the Constitution to be both independent and impartial? And why is the independence so protected by the Constitution? That one first, please.
I did not really hear the first part. I just heard where you said independence and partial.
Why is the Human Rights Commission required by the Constitution to be independent and impartial? Why is the independence important?
Yes. Yeah, it is very much important because of the type of work that the Commission does. The Commission is there to ensure that, for instance, government is held to account, and even the judiciary and even the other arm of state. So it is imperative that they are independent and they are partial in order to ensure that the Constitution is upheld and all the policies, because of course it goes as far as even the private sector. So human rights protection and promotion will require the Commission to be independent and partial.
Thank you very much. And then my last question, what, if you're appointed, what is the legacy you would like to leave?
Yeah. Wow, the legacy that I would like to leave is just, to make that mark and go to those untapped areas, because I believe that there's still a lot of work to be done. I've already said that I've acknowledged the work has been done, but I still think that there's a lot of other work that can be done. I have looked at the fact that the Commission says there's a number of complaints that they come across, but I believe that the legacy should be that the work will be ultimately done. Those complaints will be attended to. But take it further. The matters must have, they must ultimately see their light, whether in court or whatever the situation, but there must be a resolution with regard to the matters that will be handled. That's at the time when I will be the commissioner.
Thank you so much, Madam. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Ms. Gwinana, maybe I did not hear you properly. Did you say that the judiciary also must account to the South African Human Rights Commission?
Not really account, but remember the judiciary they must be able to apply the law properly. So it is such that the commission must be able to look at their work and be able to advise properly. Obviously, our communities, the public at large, they must be able to understand why things are happening in the manner that they are happening. But of course, we all understand that with the judiciary, one has a number of, or it's the court's hierarchy is there to protect the public at large, because if you're not satisfied with the lower court, you can go up and up and up until you get it right. But what is imperative is that the commission must have networks with our judiciary. So, but not that they'll be holding them to account.
Thank you very much.
They are accountable to the Constitution. And the commission is there to ensure that they account to the Constitution. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Honorable Mfukeng.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good afternoon, Ms. Kwinani. My first question, I'll only have two questions for you. One will be noting that March is celebrated as Human Rights Month. What can be done by the South African Human Rights Commission to combat scourges such as racism, racial discrimination, xenophobia, and related intolerances, as well as gender-based violence and femicide, which are undermining South Africa's human rights culture?
Yeah, in the organization where I am already, ours is more about teaching, as I've said, and I according to me, education is key. So that's where we need to start. It will never be enough, particularly when we still see that gender-based violence, racism, and all those that we have mentioned, they are still being perpetuated. So for that simple reason, it means we need to do more on education. So I would say during this month, let us have more workshops, let us have more seminars. The commission must engage with different organizations that are already out there so that they are able to tap into those markets that might not have yet been tapped. There is maybe communities that seem to have, been forgotten. So they must be able to go out there. So the commission must be able to get its hands dirty. It must go right to the ground and assist our people. Thank you.
What suggestions do you have to improve public understanding of the role of your Chapter 9 institutions? Did you get that? Did you get the question, Ms. Kunani?
The network was a bit bad. I
can repeat that.
I didn't get that. I just had Chapter 9.
Okay, let
me repeat. Will you please repeat?
What suggestions do you have to improve public understanding of the role of our Chapter 9 institutions?
I didn't really hear the question. My network was very bad at the time. Are you able to hear me?
I can hear you.
Yes,
and please. I must find out if you got the question, or should I repeat the question? Can I repeat the question?
Please repeat the question.
What
yes.
Better now. I'm saying, what suggestions do you have to improve public understanding on the role of Chapter 9 institutions? Chair, I think her network is not okay.
Ms. Kwinana?
Yeah. Yes, I couldn't hear. It was buffering. So,
Ms. Kwinana, can you find an appropriate spot? Ms. Kwinana? Ms. Kwinana?
Yes.
Ms. Kwinana, can you find an appropriate spot so that we can have these interviews?
Move around, yes, okay.
So in the meantime, we will check with whether the next available candidate is there already, and then we can come back to you. Please find an appropriate spot.
Okay, even though it sounds much better.
It is not.
Now that you, okay. Okay, let me try move around until I get a better spot.
Committee Secretary, do you have the next candidate?
It's the last.
The last one, yes.
Okay, I've just asked you to load. Yeah.
Hello?
It is in the waiting room. Should I admit him?
Yes, please.
He is in chair.
Thank you very much. Can the candidate introduce himself?
Afternoon. My name is Mos Ntla.
Afternoon, and how are you, sir?
I'm fine, thank you. I'm very well, thank you.
Thank you very much. I know that you were waiting for at least past, so we called you earlier. Sorry for that. Sir, can you tell us about yourself, your experience, your values, and why should we appoint you to be a commissioner or a deputy chairperson of the South African Human Rights Commission?
Thank you, Chair. My story starts many years ago. I have had a very strong commitment to human rights for quite a while. And it started when I was finishing high school and I wanted to do engineering. I had very good grades. I had a scholarship with Anglo-American. The year was 1977. And I wasn't admitted at Wits because at that time, Chair, there were Black people were not allowed. And so I knew all along, obviously, that there was something wrong about the way human rights were violated systemically in our country. But that became a very personal issue. And then I went off to study at the University of the North because, you know, you had to do that. There were so-called Bush universities that you went to. So I went there, did a science degree, which was nowhere near what I wanted to do. I wanted to be a chemical engineer, and therefore could never be because of the color of my skin. And therefore that started me on a journey of looking to see how I could be part of a struggle that ends this kind of discrimination on the basis of any category, whether it's a race or class or whatever it is. And so that been a feature of my life for all of these years. And so even to this point, I continue to work in areas where this is a dominant theme. As I indicated, when I was a teenager, I was excluded from Wits because of the color of my skin. And I work in the church now, and I see way too many young people who are excluded, not because they're Black now, but because they are poor. They're too broke to be allowed entry at the universities of their choice. And so that remains an issue. And not only that, I've also seen a lot of instances where the people's human rights continue to be violated in communities. I work with poor informal settlements, and I've seen how it is that this sort of things that are taken for granted in many environments where access to justice, access to human rights can be taken for granted. They simply are not, this is not the case. And so, and that continues to bother me. And so that's the reason I thought being part of the commission, which incidentally I've relied on in the past, where there have been challenges in the communities I serve, where the rights were violated, and I invited commissioners to come alongside communities, and I've seen firsthand the difference it makes when a commission engages communities, and I've seen service delivery improve. I've seen ambulances respond timeously when called upon. Even the police began to act on the call of communities like that. And so I've been thankful for the work of the Human Rights Commission because of that. And so I felt if there's a possibility to participate and strengthen the culture of human rights in our country, I'd be happy to do that.
Thank you very much. Do you have any criminal record?
No, I do not have, Chair. Thankfully, no, I don't.
Okay. Were you ever declared insolvent at any time in your life? No. Thank you very much. Do you perhaps know the salary of the South African Human Rights Commissioners, full-time commissioners, or the deputy chairperson? We can't hear you properly. Can you deal with your volume?
No, I don't. I'm not aware of the numbers, Chair.
Okay, the deputy chair earns 1.2 and the full-time commissioner earns 1.118 million per annum. Are you comfortable with that?
I would be comfortable, Chair, yes.
Thank you very much. Now I have the following members who would want to ask questions. Honorable Ngola.
Yes, thanks, Chair. My first question, Chair, is on social cohesion. Does the Human Rights Commission have a role in promoting social cohesion in the country or amongst the people of South Africa?
I take it's a question directed to me, Chair, is it?
Yes.
Yes, I think there is an extent to which social cohesion is an important part of it, where, as I've indicated in my own personal story, the effect of exclusion has meant that I would obviously not feel part of this society. I would feel aggrieved. I would feel that people who benefit because they are white are part of the injustice that is perpetrated, and therefore, to the degree that our country has white and black people living together, there is bound to be a tension that is a result of that kind of inequality of treatment. And so that was in the past. But currently, obviously, we still live in a situation of very gross inequalities, probably one of the highest Gini coefficients in the world. And so that still says, to us as a society, we have legitimate grounds on the basis of which people will feel robbed by others, will feel unjustly treated, will feel they are getting the short end of the stick. And so to the extent that the Human Rights Commission can help address some of those issues, whether it is through attention given to the socioeconomic rights in the Constitution, or some of the issues that have arisen, I think, in the public space now with racial inequalities. You know, the recent story of the SABC, or the ENCA rather, where there was a treatment, unequal treatment between what was seen as black and white journalists. So that says that we still, because of our past, still continue to cause injury to each other. And so the human rights would have a role to ensure that justice is done in occasions of that sort.
Thank you very much. The second question is on a wide critique that has been leveled throughout time against the South African Human Rights Commission. The critique basically is that it has got less visibility in the country, it has got less accessibility in the country, it is unable to maximize its own effort in ensuring that promotion and protection of human rights in the country is advanced. Do you think that this critique against the Commission is fair and justifiable?
Yes, there is that sense. I agree that it is justifiable to an extent, I suppose, because in the instances where I've seen human rights abuses happen, the people involved or who are victims of such have not known what to do about it. They haven't known about the Human Rights Commission. They have not lodged a complaint, and therefore, yes, there is still a lot of work to do in terms of taking the Human Rights Commission to communities. Having said that, I would also say that they're probably in a country with the sort of economic growth that we have and the resources available. I don't know to what extent we can fully meet the budget that would make such public awareness completely accessible to everyone. I think that we have to continue to work on that, and I think that there's more that can be done to promote popular awareness of that.
Thank you very much. What in your view should the Commission do in fostering coordination and cooperation with other Chapter 9 institutions and the civil society in general? And is this coordination and cooperation so important? If the answer is on the affirmative, how is it important that there must be this coordination and cooperation?
Yes, I think there ought to be, for two reasons. I think that one is that there obviously wouldn't be enough capacity within a single institution to do justice to the mandate of the Human Rights Commission. So it makes sense that there ought to be as much coordination as possible with other organs of state, Justice Department, even social development, and so on. So there ought to be that. And so I don't know to what extent it is currently being accomplished, but I think that more could be done. I think the issues around human rights are of such a nature that unless we do something to transform the lived conditions of people, and that speaks to the economics of the majority of South African people, it'll be very difficult to achieve the sort of rights that we need. And so I think now of something like Ministry of Enterprise Development, I think there ought to be greater coordination to ensure that the poor are lifted out of poverty as a way beyond rights that people can actually begin to earn livelihoods that dignify them beyond simply their constitution.
Honorable Ngola, you have less than a minute left to ask your question and get a response.
Okay, Chair, just one. Section 36 of the Constitution is a limitation clause. The limitation must be done in accordance with the law of general application to an extent when the limitation is, understand that the limitation must be justifiable and reasonable. What is your understanding of a justifiable and reasonable limitation of a human right?
I'll use a practical example. Previous years, I think the Commission on Culture, Religion and Language was set up. I served in that commission, and there was a particular instance where a rights clashed. There was a particular incident where in some village in Limpopo, a particular church, happened to be the ZCC church, made a ruling in that community, and the chief in that community made the chief made a ruling that there ought to be a circumcision school for all young boys between months, let's say June and July, and during that time there should be no other festivities, no weddings, no public singing, whatever it is. That would show a disregard for that ceremony. And that is a cultural tradition that has been historic for years in that community. Well, the ZCC defied the chief's ruling and said, we can't not worship in the way that we do, and the way we do it, we dance in the street. So they then proceeded to dance in the street. And the people who went to circumcision school beat the worshippers up. So there was a big violent conflict between the.
Can you round up?
Yeah. So you had a clash of faith and culture, and that said to me that there is a way in which these two rights in the Constitution, the cultural rights and the religious rights of these communities, should be counterbalanced in a way that ensures coexistence and peace. Because at the end of the day, the chief, the aggrieved party would have to live in a village where the chief still was the chief. So thankfully, as a CRL, we were able to mediate between those two rights, and everybody was able to live with that.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We must always be mindful of time. Honorable Jele.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Ramos. Yes, my question, I have only 3 questions for you. The first one would be, what do you think are some of Africa's achievements in advancing?
I missed the last part of the question. What are some of whose achievement?
What do you think are some of Africa's achievements in advancing human rights?
Thank you. I think there have been plenty. I think there's been liberation and justice accorded to people who were previously colonized throughout the continent, and so those colonial projects are no longer in place. In South Africa, apartheid used to be the dominant theme and doctrine of governance. It no longer is so. So we have moved hugely in the journey towards making sure that everyone approaches equality and justice. Still a long way to go, but we have achieved that.
Thank you very much. And the second one would be, you did touch earlier on that one, on the issues of awareness, but I would want also to take another angle in asking this question of access, that what would be your innovative means that you would adopt when you are appointed in making sure that promoting public awareness and access to human rights?
Thank you. I think that obviously the issue is to actually accomplish a cultural transformation. In other words, where human rights cease to not only be a personal right of a few who happen to know, but it becomes something that is culture-wide, so it becomes almost a normative idea. And so that requires that we go about setting up monitoring tools that can tell us whether we're moving forward or we're standing still in terms of this transformation of culture from what it is now to one where there is a normativeness about human rights. And I think that a behavior change of that sort requires much more than information. It requires more experiential engagement with communities so that they can become a part of the change they seek to see. And I think that involving communities in that journey of change is an important part of it. So that it's not simply a top-down information about here's a constitution, here's a Bill of Rights, and and know it, but they have to see it practical in their lives. And so that brings me then to the need for coordination. It can't be human rights alone, Human Rights Commission alone, coordinating with different organs of state that realize, even if it is in a gradual sense or aspirational sense, some collaboration that makes tangible change happen for communities. That would be my approach, Chair.
Thank you very much. I think I have the last one. Earlier, you have outlined the situation where we are coming from, and also indicated or touched on some of the progress aspects in our society that we have acquired in changing the situation. But you would realize that we are really indeed living in a very charged political environment currently. But
Mr. Romano, we are disturbing our meeting. Bonani?
Thank you.
I will phone him, honorable members. Can you proceed?
Thank you very much, Chair. Apologies from us. I think you don't mind me calling you because in the township, we call you like that and we feel very good.
No, no worries, no worries. I don't mind.
Thank you. Apologies for that. My question was going to be, how would you handle complaints that may be potentially politically sensitive or otherwise controversial in the light of your understanding of the role of the Human Rights Commission?
Yeah, my understanding of the commission in the Human Rights Commission is to be independent and to exercise their task without fear, without prejudice, in all honesty, as they are capable to do in respect of conscience. And so I think that that approach is one that sets the scene for being able to rule without anxiety into whose toes you are stepping on. And I think that is the gift that the Human Rights Commission can give the country. I think everybody would like to have some impartial arbiter of the very many conflicts that we meet. And so I think the human rights, thankfully, has a track record of attempting to do that.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair. That was my last question. Honorable Mufokeng, are you around? Can you assist?
I am around, but the chairperson, I'm sure I can see he's muted, but I can see if I'm right.
Sorry, yes, sorry, thank you very much. I was still trying to sort out Secretariat disrupting our meetings. Thank you very much, Honorable Janji.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Nkla, can you just share with the panel what section of the Constitution deals with appointment of commissioners?
What section of the Act?
The Constitution of the Republic.
It's Section 9.
Section 9.
Yeah,
What does it say?
The Human Rights Commission is a Section 9 institution. It talks to the need to promote and protect human rights and to work for their realization and their attainment, and to monitor our society whether we are actually.
Let's pause there. Let's pause there. I'm going to be generous with you and explain what section it is. You might want after this interview to go and have a look at it. It's section 193 of the Constitution. Section 1, subsection 1 says the public protector, members of the commissions should be women or men who are South Africans, who are fit and proper, and so it goes. That's the section I'm referring to. And having been generous to you, can you assist me with this question? Why in that section do you think it refers to women and men? Why does it emphasize women or men and not a person?
Yeah, I think we are a society that is largely patriarchal, and therefore, if it is not stated, then we go on the default mode of being patriarchal and only assuming that person means men. So I think it is correct that it has to say that there ought to be gender inclusivity in that.
And what is your understanding of a fit and proper commissioner?
It means that the commissioner should be competent to carry out the tasks that are part of the mandate of the Act, and that there shouldn't be any legal or financial kind of scandal that would prevent them from serving in that capacity, because it is an office that ought to communicate trust to our society, that people who occupy that role have no skeleton of any sort in their cupboards.
Is Mr. Ntla a fit and proper applicant?
I take it so, Chair, I take it so.
Why?
Because I do not have any evidence to the contrary in terms of all of the, whether it is legal or whether the justice, from the point of view of justice department, where I have a case standing that would indict me of any or other malfeasance. And as I've indicated earlier on, there hasn't been any, somebody asked, I think earlier, whether I had any, I've been declared bankrupt or so. And I answered that I wasn't. So okay. I think all of that put together talks to that.
Thank you. Can pause there. So did you, in preparation for this interview, or just in your interest, because your prayer here today is that you want to be a commissioner of the South African Human Rights Commission. Did you study and do research about their work and their reports? And if you did, is there any one thing that you can share with us that jumps out in your mind as a sore thumb, which is a problem that the Human Rights Commission is failing on?
I think where we are at, again, is the issue of being able to connect the theoretical, almost, understanding of rights with the socio-economic rights that I think the Constitution does say that the Human Rights Commission should require of different organs of state some way in which they can show confidence that they are moving in the direction of the achievement of that. Recently, and this appears in one of the reports of the Commission of the Commission, that the communities of Hammanskraal, for example, have not had were at one stage without water, and all of that does say that there ought to be, at least the Department of Water Affairs ought to, there's a lot of explaining with regard to that. It is not so much a, if you like, a weakness of the Commission, so as the weakness of the department. Okay, why it isn't.
Thank you. Let's pause there. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Changche. Honorable Swart.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, Mr. Ntla. And may I also disclose that I do know Mr. Ntla over a number of years. May I just ask, given your experience that you had on the CRL Commission, there are obviously a number of challenges facing Chapter 9 institutions in general, and in particular the Human Rights Commission, as you've applied for that, is facing certain budgetary challenges. How would you address those challenges and ensure, as you've very lucidly pointed out, the efficiency of the Commission in reaching out to communities, given budgetary constraints that the Commission is faced, with your experience on the CRL Commission as well?
Yeah, it's quite a difficult question, that one, in that it obviously the question of resources to meet the mandate of the Human Rights Commission is one that's going to stay with us for quite a while. I think that the standard response obviously would be that you approach Treasury and build the case for a strong budget. But I think beyond that, the commissions ought to be, I don't know if this is currently the status of the Human Rights Commission, but I think there ought to be a way in which they should be able to have ways to raise funding over and above their budget allocation that they get, if it can be demonstrated that doesn't compromise their integrity in coming to just outcomes and just decisions of their work. But there is a lot of work for the Commission, the Human Rights Commission, to do, and I think the financial constraints are going to be there for a long time to come.
Thank you. And given your experience on the CRL Commission, there was also the CADA ASMA report on Chapter 9 institutions, which spoke about maybe collapsing the different Chapter 9 institutions under the Human Rights Commission, which might enhance the efficiency and the budgetary issues. What are your views on that?
I think we would be losing a very important dimension of nation building as a society, because there is a very definite need for those commissions, to say the Gender Commission or the CRL Commission, that if they were to be collapsed in a Human Rights Commission, we would lose the distinctiveness of the different rainbow nation that we have, the different societies that exist. And so we would be failing our nation building project. And so we can't sacrifice at the altar of finances the very real importance of enabling cultures that were in the past marginalized and given no voice at the precise moment that we are trying to construct a new society. I think those communities would need to speak in their own voice and enable us to arrive, even if it's over time, to an equilibrium where justice is increasingly accessible to every part of our community.
Thank you. Yes. And we've seen the good work that Reverend Chris Nissen has done on the Commission from a faith-based organizational perspective, engaging the Commission and faith-based organizations to extend human rights. Would you see a similar role, given your faith-based background in the church? Should you be appointed as a commission, and what role can faith-based organizations play in promoting human rights and alleviating poverty in the nation?
Thanks for that. I've always believed that the most certain and sure foundation to ground human rights is to ground it ultimately in the idea that we are human because God said so, that God created us as humans, and that our humanity has dignity because we are created in the image of God. And so that is as lofty an ideal of human rights that you can imagine. And that, for me, faith gives the reason for a tireless commitment to making sure that every single one of us as a society fulfills their God-given potential without discrimination, without any marginalization of any sort. So I salute what Reverend Chris Nissen has accomplished in the Commission, and I've known him for years also, from when he was when I was at university, and so he comes out of that tradition where his activism for human rights is funded by his faith, and you know that's been the case with a lot of the history of this country, where people of faith have really contributed to the struggle for freedom, for truth, for justice, and so we expect to continue in that tradition.
Thank you, Chair. Just a last question, just about the engagement of the Human Rights Commission with the executive and the challenges. Is my time expired, Chair?
You are left with 1 minute to ask your question and to get your answer.
Okay, just the engagement of the Commission with the executive and the challenges in that regard.
Yeah, I think that that precisely is the reason that engagement ought to be more vigorous and much more transparent and public, so that the executive is held accountable by the human rights. I think that there can very well be a tendency for the executive to muzzle the voice of the Commission, and I think that would be an error. I think our society needs a very independent commission that is able to make everybody feel represented.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much, Mr. Clown, and wish you well.
Thank you very much, Honorable Swart. Honorable Breitenbach.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, sir. Please bear in mind when answering my question, sir, that I'm a great admirer of brevity. Can you tell me why it is you think that the Constitution demands that the Commission be impartial and independent?
Because that's the only way to ensure justice for all. If people are biased and come at the Constitution with that, it's going to be, imperil everyone's options and opportunities.
Thank you, sir. And then finally, if you're appointed, what legacy would you like to leave?
I'd like to be able to say that I've made a contribution to us attaining a culture where there is no longer a need for human rights commission. I think we exist as the commission exists because there is still a good cause for that. It would be good at some point to arrive at a society where that is no longer the case. So any small contribution I can make in helping the CAF move in that direction, I'd be delighted.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Breitenbach. Honorable Msana.
Thank you very much, Chair, and greetings, Mr. Nka.
Greetings, Mr. Mbi.
Yeah. Okay, like you've heard, our time is very limited. If when you respond, you can just be straight to the point. As you may have correctly analyzed, the exclusion or the minimum representation of our youth in institutions such as this one, as well as the huge generational gap that exists. How do you plan on bringing knowledge and interest of the South African youth into spaces like the Human Rights Commission? And what innovation would you wish to introduce in the human rights space if you were appointed as commissioner?
I think the best way to do that is to address one of the key issues that face youth in our country, and that's socioeconomic rights. I think although the Human Rights Commission can do very little with that, but to require government departments to actually show what it is that they are doing to alleviate the plight of young people, many of whom are unemployed, are not at school, are not in training, and are basically hopeless. And so to the extent that the Human Rights Commission can be the fire behind the state organs to achieve that, yeah, I'd be happy.
If you are appointed, and from what we've heard, what you went through as a youth, you would have to lead other people. And how would you describe your leadership style? And also if you can provide us with an example of where you have successfully led a program that you would say benefited South Africans.
Yeah, to your first question, what is the my leadership style? I consider myself as a team worker. I work very well with team. I believe that every member of the team brings talents and contributions that ought to be harnessed. And so with the other commissioners in the commission, but also staff, I believe that our role would be to draw out the best contribution of all of these persons. With regards to the second one around the specific example, part of what I work with now is a program a few years ago, I think a few years ago now. We started a program that looks at how best to combat racism in our society and how best to build a non-racial society. And we gave ourselves a 10-year plan to say you can't destroy racism in a year, nor can you destroy it in 10 years. But in 10 years, you can start a journey with communities and individuals and leaders that makes it possible for, in 10 years' time, to actually begin to build habits that can hold and that can then, have a multiplier effect in that sense. So it is a working project, in process, in progress there. It is not obviously 10 years. It's not going to be done now, but it is part of a journey that we're on. That's one thing that comes to mind immediately.
Okay. Do you think enough is being done with regards to the human rights of refugees in South Africa?
No, short answer is no. I don't think there is enough, and that's the other thing. More could be done. I think the Home Affairs, for example, is dealing with some of that, and other government departments are doing that. And I can understand on the other level the frustration of South Africans who feel that refugees are taking up some of the privileges that are theirs. There are very tricky questions to face there. And I think attention ought to be given to both the conditions under which people live once they're here and given refugee status, but also the porous ways in which our borders are. That is a problem.
Which supporting skills do you think are most important when it comes to effective leadership of an organization such as the South African Human Rights Commission?
I think we need people skills. You need to have empathy with people. You need to have a sense of being forward-looking with regards to understanding that there are some issues that can be solved immediately, even though communities and people may want immediate redress. To have the patience to know that what is required is not instant result, but often process. Transformation takes process. So transformational skills, people skills, and being able to be strategic about how you approach these challenges.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nkla, and thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Msane. Honorable Nivot Drachen.
Thank you, Chairperson. Greetings, good afternoon, Mr. Nkla. My apologies if my question seems to be repetitive. I had some network challenges today. I would like to know, in your view, what are the critical human rights challenges currently in South Africa?
I think that the race issue continued to loom large, as well as the gender one. These are issues that shape our society, shape inequality, shape, who lives and who dies in many instances. And so that, I think, race and gender and one can say class, all of these are issues that end up with huge mortalities and huge impact on the part of those who are previously disadvantaged. And so
thank you. The COVID pandemic required a limitation on human rights in the interest of the greater good. And it's put a spotlight on the role of the state and human rights during this pandemic. What, in your view, are the key human rights issues that emerged since the start? That's the one. And then secondly, do you think the Human Rights Commission responded adequately to these challenges?
I think some of the things that came up as a result of COVID is that obviously the poor had an unfair disadvantage with regard to the fact that they didn't have any of the things that were stipulated as protocols and part of the disaster management. And therefore, they ended up being the ones that are most at risk. And similarly, where there were issues around access to institutions, whether the hospitals and so, you have to almost travel to those institutions. So if you are poor, unemployed, and so, you end up just dying at home. And many of those deaths, I think that would often go unreported as COVID. And so that is a problem. I wouldn't put it at the door of the Human Rights Commission, but there are obviously human rights issues that can be raised about access to treatment and access to healthcare in an environment of COVID. And I think all of the departments, health, and even all of our institutions, state institutions, should be able to inform the nation about what measures have been taken in order to alleviate unequal treatment of our society in the face of a pandemic.
Thank you. What are the lessons learned during this time that can benefit us in future, in your view?
Lessons with regard to the COVID context?
Yes.
Yeah, I think we would do well to not waste the very difficult moments such as we've had in terms of hygiene, in terms of being more self-aware, in terms of being not traveling unnecessarily. I think many people who have had to work from home have discovered that it is not possible, not necessarily to be on the road as much. And also it's been highlighted how much dying happens on our roads as a result of liquor. I think as a society we have some difficult choices to make about liquor and its consumption, even though people might claim it's a human right. But if we are dying to the degree, I heard a stat the other day that says 50,000 people died because of alcohol-related accidents and incidents. I think all of these things are saying to us as a society, what do we do with that data? Do we ignore it and think it didn't happen, or do we use it to better frame public policies that save us from self-destruction?
Thank you. What are the focus areas that you would like to deal with if you should be appointed as a commissioner?
I'd like to deal with the public education aspects where there is attempts made to actually go out in the communities, partner with whether it's civil society agencies across departments of state, in order to contribute to the transformation of the human rights environment in our society. And so the public education mandate and the promotion, obviously, of making sure people's human rights are respected, it's a very sore point in our society, and I'd like to make a contribution in that regard.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nieuwoudt Drachen. Honorable Mufuke.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Mr. Nka. March is celebrated, in fact, as a Human Rights Month. What can be done by the South African Human Rights Commission to combat scourges such as racism, racial discrimination, as well as gender-based violence, xenophobia, and when you look at gender-based violence, you must package things that are undermined. What do you think is supposed to be happening?
Yeah, I think that is I indicated earlier on with regards to the fact that we need to move beyond it being individually understood to being owned by the culture. I think our culture as a society that does not take human rights as a normative value. There is still a large degree to which people, the abuses that you represent, the gender-based violence, the racism, and so it is not, people do not automatically by default comply or observe the values of the Constitution. We have to move to a place where it is a cultural norm in our society that those values are changed. And I said that public information on its own will not do. I think that there ought to be more engagement with communities and societies and having participatory programs where communities do not see human rights as something that comes from above by the state, but doesn't resonate with their own culture, their own understanding of gender, their own understanding of the situation that they face. And I think that there are, just to use an example, when there have been service delivery protests in the townships where people destroy clinics and destroy facilities they would need, even schools, all in order to make the point that they had in one or other area. I think that says that the culture that is dominant is still one pretty much that where there is no language to discuss problems except service, where you have protest, where you burn places up. Only then do you get heard. I think we should build a society where people's voices, not only as individuals, but as communities, are respected enough for them to see difference. And that, again, I think the state has a lot to answer for. Unfortunately, we've had a lot of cases of corruption, and with billions have disappeared that ought to go to service delivery. All of those are part of a holistic approach that need to be taken in order for us to move to a place where culturally, as a society, we honor everyone's human rights.
Of the role of the parliamentary process, and what is the role of the National Assembly in supporting the South African Human Rights Commission?
It's the first part.
The first part is, what is your understanding of the role that the South African Human Rights Commission should play in supporting the parliamentary process? That is the first part. The second part is, what is the role of the National Assembly in supporting the South African Human Rights Commission?
Okay, let's start with the last one. I think the Parliament, the Assembly, can strengthen the voice of the Commission, being that I think everybody agrees we want to transform this culture that we are in. I think the voice of the National Assembly is an important one. It doesn't help where, for example, members of the National Assembly themselves are implicated in gender-based abuses or in acts that are corrupt, where resources that ought to go to alleviating poverty find their way into personal interests by whatever means that is achieved, as we've seen in the Zondo Commission. And so I think that the first contribution the National Assembly can do is to actually come clean to the degree that A, they personally are culpable, but B, to the degree that they are seen as supporting what the Human Rights Commission is trying to do, where it pursues not only the reports of the different departments and state organs in the way that they address socioeconomic rights, but also in helping us get the resources necessary for the Commission to fulfill its mandate. The first question. I covered adequately the first question.
Are you saying that you didn't hear the first question?
Oh, I did hear it. I was just asking whether what I've said has covered it adequately.
It did, thank you. What suggestions do you have to improve public understanding of the role of the Chapter 9 institutions?
I don't know if it's been tried before, but I think that the education system can play an important part with regards to that. I'm not aware of this happening in the schools, but it would be very important for that education to start in the schools, so that people grow up with an awareness of all of those promises of the Constitution. I think communities as well would need a way of celebrating what we have. I think a lot of people do not celebrate enough. What I've found is in our society is that only those who are literate or who are familiar with Constitution speak know for example, how to start a Section 27 NGO that would pursue the rights and the promises of the Constitution, because they, those NGOs are aware of those rights, but for the large part, they're communities that ought to know, aren't aware. And so I think more should be done in terms of bringing that information to communities and helping them to be part of the ownership of the promises of the Constitution.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ntla, and thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mufokeng. And thank you very much to Mr. Ntla for availing yourself to be considered as a commissioner or possibly as deputy chairperson of the South African Human Rights Commission. Thank you very much for availing yourself. If I may ask you, did you find the questions to be fair or the process to be fair?
Yes, Chair, I did find them to be fair. I trust that I've treated them fairly as well.
Did you find the whole process to be fair?
The process was a good one also. I found it to be fair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ntla. We have asked you to provide us with fingerprints. We are still awaiting for the screening report. Once we have received the reports of all the candidates, then we will start with our deliberations, which will result in us advising the National Assembly. The National Assembly will make a recommendations to the President as to who needs to be appointed. Hopefully you would know once that decision has been made.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for that.
Thank you very much and have a good day of what is remaining of the day or afternoon or evening. Thank you very much, Mr. Ntla. Can we go back to Ms. Kwinana? I hope she has now found the right spot for us to be able to continue with the interview uninterrupted. Ms. Kwinana, we can only see your head. Thank you very much. Is your bandwidth okay now? Thank you
Yes, it is. I changed networks.
Oh, thank you very much. You were still being interviewed by Honorable Mfokeng, who was asking her second question. Can you start from the second question, Honorable Mfokeng?
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you very much, Mekwinane. My question was, what suggestions do you have to improve the public understanding of the role of our Chapter 9 institutions?
Okay. Yeah. As I've already said, for me, what is key is to educate the public. And we need to be more practical where there is consent, so that they can understand exactly what is the importance of our Chapter 9 institutions. And safe to just say that I was just thinking about the education part thereof, that it should not be done only for people that are of age. In fact, if we could, we should try and go to even the primary education, start very young, because I believe that children's minds are like sponges, and they're able to absorb a lot of information, and that can be valuable to them. So if we can if it's really possible for me, I would say that's where we need to start. That's where we need to look at, because truth be told, we are teaching the elders, but it would seem it's not enough. And of course, as the saying goes, it's very difficult to teach an old dog new tricks. So yeah, so for me, yeah, one should consider that aspect. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And my last question to you would be, what is your understanding of the role that the South African Human Rights Commission should play in supporting the parliamentary process? One. Number two, what is the role of the National Assembly in supporting the Human Rights Commission?
With regard to Parliament, of course, this is where our laws are being made by the legislature. So for me, the role of a Human Rights Commission, it is to ensure, as it is to ensure that you promote and protect the human rights that are already enshrined in the Bill of Rights, and of course to make sure that the Constitution is observed at all times. So with regard to the support or the commission, really, it is just for them to be able to ensure that those policies, when they're being made, we have thought of all the other situations. So the commission, because it is on the ground, it is privy to what is happening. It is able to then assist in shaping the laws and the policies that ultimately will be made. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you, Ms. Kwinane.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mfokeng. Thank you very much, Honorable Mfokeng. Honorable Nevo Trachans.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And good afternoon, Ms. Kwinana.
Good afternoon.
In your view, what are the critical human rights challenges that are facing South Africa today?
Yeah. At the moment, I would say gender-based violence is it's the biggest challenge. So as our president has said, since the COVID-19 started last year, he actually said that it's like the second pandemic. It's the second pandemic. So the rights of our women are seriously being trampled upon by those that claim to love them, and if only